one addition pertaining to ILP, Himachal Pradesh. Himachal Pradesh as an ILP. And when you mentioned about Lakshadweep, yes, Lakshadweep also as an ILP. These additions have been made in Feb 2023, and you can add those. Apart from the 4, you can add these 2. That the original part of it comes from them, because the existence of those 4 states were not there. Got it? The original act was in somewhere in 1860s. When was these states then? They didn't. It was post-independent. But then the updation which has been done was done on Feb 2023, this year, on HP, because Himachal Pradesh in Spiti Valley. Okay, that's the reason behind it. Lakshadweep is because of a controversy where many people felt that the ethnic minorities there, they've been affected. Okay, and the controversy was also related to Sagarmala project, when many of them tried to make sure that the government of India shall not evict the shelter. So that was why it was in news. So you can add these 2, a small correction there. All right. So apart from that, I hope all of you would have gone through whatever I have done in the previous class. So any questions, any doubts, I will take it up. Any question, any doubts? Any question, any doubts in particular from whatever we have discussed in the previous class? Okay, let's move ahead with the citizenship, the rules of citizenship. First of all, we have to understand the difference between citizen and an alien. Who is a citizen? Citizen is a person who enjoys political right. This differentiates him with that of an alien. Normally, whenever we say alien, again, alien is of 2 types. One is friendly, the other one is enemy. So if India declares any country as an enemy alien, so those citizens from that country are considered to be enemy alien. Those countries which are considered to be, having very good ties, relationship with India, they are considered to be friendly alien. Alien also enjoys a fundamental rights in case of India. So which are these fundamental rights which exclusively belongs to citizen, which is not given to an alien? So they are Article 15, 16, 19, 29, 30. However, on Article 21, there are some restrictions with respect to enemy alien. So these are the articles under which we have for a citizen, that is on the fundamental rights. That's on 15, 16, 19, 29 and 30. So citizen also enjoys civil rights. So it also means that the enemies also enjoy civil rights, or a foreigner enjoys a civil rights. Alien is a foreigner, basically. A foreigner enjoys a civil rights in case of India. He is also enjoying human rights in case of India. Our citizenship in case of India is always based on an act made by the Parliament. So the Parliament has enacted an act, that is Citizenship Act of 1955, as you all know. Does it mean that the Constitution doesn't have any provisions associated with it? No, it is not like that. The Constitution does not have any detailed provisions with respect to the citizenship. They don't have any detailed provision with respect to the citizenship. So Article 5 to 11 speaks about the citizenship in India. Now, the moment we say about the different types of citizenship, there are 5 different types of citizenship or acquiring citizenship. The first one is citizenship by birth. Second one is citizenship by descent. Next, registration, naturalization, And last one is by acquiring territory. Acquiring territory. So these are the ways of attaining citizenship in India. So birth, how do you get the citizenship by birth? So there are dates here. So anybody who is born on or after 26 Jan 1950 till that before 1st July 1987, born in India, irrespective of the nationality of his or her parent, becomes an Indian citizen. So anybody who is born after 1st July 1987 in India gets the Indian citizenship if his or her parent, either of the parent, are the Indian citizens. Not both, either of the parents shall be Indian citizens or shall be having Indian citizenship. So note the difference here. So from 26 Jan 1950 till that of 1st July 1987, it is anybody who has a place of birth in India, he or she gets the citizenship, right? Irrespective of the nationality of his or her parent. But after that, that is from 1st July 1987 till date, any person who is born in India gets a citizenship provided if his or her parent is an Indian citizen. Alright. So this is what it says. Needless to mention, I am omitting certain clauses which is given by the Home Ministry here, directly taken from the Home Ministry. Every other book has to follow the Home Ministry's website here, because the Parliament is empowered to make a law on the citizenship. Who is empowered to provide the citizenship to any person? It is the Government of India. It can provide citizenship. Who has the authority to provide citizenship to any person? It's the government. But then, needless to mention, they have to explain the same thing before the Parliament of India. Needless to mention, it should be in conformity to the Citizenship Act of 1955. For example, if they can omit certain rules here, they can do it. As you all know about the Citizenship Amendment Act, we'll come to that a bit later. I'm not going to cover the complete details of it, but yes, there are certain things associated with it which is important for the examination. So that we will cover. So well, that's about birth. The second one is descent. So descent, as a name itself suggests, this is for all of those people who is born outside India, right? So any person who is born after 26 Jan 1950 before 10th December 1992 outside India shall get an Indian citizenship. At the time of his or her birth, father shall be the Indian citizen. Now, why it is father? Maybe you can assume that it is a patriarchal society. Alright. So, post 1992, any person who is born outside to an Indian parent, that is either of the parent, shall be an Indian citizen. He or she gets a Indian citizenship. From 2003 onwards, there was one more clause which was added there. That was that either of the parent shall not be an illegal immigrant, right? Or the parent shall not be an illegal immigrant. In that case, then they'll lose their citizenship. So the point here is, any person who is born outside India gets an Indian citizenship, provided it is between these two dates. So that is, at the time of the birth, if the father was an Indian citizen, then they'll get the citizenship. Post which, either of the parent, then they'll get the citizenship. Well, one more thing is illegal immigrant clause has also been added there. You're not supposed to secure or get the Indian citizenship through some forceful means or fraudulent means. Next, talking about registration, this is allowed for two cases. Now, first of all, case is where a person of Indian origin, who expresses his wish to become an Indian citizen. However, the second case is important for us is because when somebody marries an Indian citizen and stays in India for 7 years, get the Indian citizenship. There's one more thing, that is when somebody whose place of birth was in India, but then after that he got the citizenship from a foreign country, came back to India after attaining 18 years and then expresses his wish to become an Indian citizen, he can use it through registration. A person of Indian origin gets it through registration. Now, we do not have person of Indian origin. All of them, it's been converted into OCI from 2003 onwards. So, therefore, you have one more important department within the Ministry of External Affairs. That's nothing but the Ministry of Overseas Affairs. So, Ministry of Overseas Affairs is responsible for looking into the conditions of overseas citizenship of India, right? So you have to remember all of them. Well, registration, they have to marry an Indian citizen, stay in India, foreigner marrying an Indian citizen, staying in India for 7 years. Anybody whose place of birth was in India, that is, imagine that, I'll give you a case. There was a German couple, and they had a son, and that was in 1986. That falls here under this. And after, going back to their country, that baby was declared as a German citizen. Now, after attaining 18 years, comes back to India and then wishes to become an Indian citizen. He applied the citizenship through registration. These are certain examples to give you an understanding of how it works. So that's on registration. Next, naturalization. Naturalization is, of course, for a foreigner. If a foreigner stays in India for 12 years, he can get the citizenship. Needless to mention, the government of India can provide certain exceptions to him. The government of India can relax these rules because there are 2 clauses there. Out of 15 years, it says 11 years, 1 year preceding to his application. So, in all of those cases, you should understand, if the government of India feels that his contribution is considered to be necessary for the society of this country, or he has given a very good contribution for the Indian society, for the development and the growth of India to an extent. In that cases, his relaxation can be considered. So that's on naturalization. Last but not the least, when India acquires any territory, people who are residents of that territory get the Indian citizenship. So that's where acquiring territory. So these are the 5 types of citizenship. Now, he has never asked any questions on this. Now, what is important is the associated part of this. Now, where does the current related come into? Well, there are certain things which we have to understand in citizenship. One is the cutoff date, which was given by India during the time of enacting before enacting the constitution, right? So there was some cutoff date for providing provisions of citizenship. And that was before July 1948. So it was before July 1948. This was a cutoff date. Now, why is this date important? Because there were some of them who were residing in undivided India. After partition, went to Pakistan, then again came back to India, right? And then wished and expressed to become an Indian citizen. Okay? So the date should be before July 1948, right? They should have come inside India before July 1948, express their wish to stay in India, express their wish to be a resident of India. In that case, this date is being used. And one more thing is, there are 2 important acts which is applicable for foreigners. The Foreigners Act of 1946 and the Passport Act of 1920. So these 2 acts shall be in conformity with that of the cutoff date, shall be in conformity with that of the citizenship in India. Supposing if any alien is an illegal immigrant, he attracts criminal punishment because he has violated these 2. He has violated Foreigners Act of 1946 and also the Passports Entry Act 1920. Since he has violated these 2, he is attracting a criminal punishment. It's a criminal offense. So what shall happen in those cases? The government shall make sure that they are tried according to the law. But in the recent Citizenship Amendment Act, okay, you should understand that there was a petition which was filed before the Supreme Court. As you all know, that Citizenship Amendment Act 2019, it provided citizenship for people who are residing, minorities of these religions. That's Hindu, who is a minority in Pakistan, Bangladesh and Afghanistan. Then Buddhist, Jain, Sikh, Christian and also Parsi. These were the 6 religions who were staying in 3 countries, which are Muslim majority countries, considered to be minorities there. If they are religiously persecuted, they can get the citizenship in India, provided the date is December 31st, 2014. They should have been within this date. So this date is important. So all of these are factual, but please do remember them. Now, one more thing, what we have to remember here is, all of these who are illegal immigrant, who are getting the citizenship now, though they have violated these 2 acts. So it means that the Citizenship Act is providing them an exception with respect to these 2 acts. So therefore, they will not attract any criminal punishment with respect to Foreigners Act of 1946 or Passport Act of 1920. I hope all of you have understood this. Alright. So they will not attract any criminal punishment, is because the Act very clearly mentions that if they have come in India before December 31st, 2014, the government of India expresses its will to provide them the citizenship. This is what it is. Now, one more thing, which was a bone of contention last year, was the Assam Accord, wherein there is one section of the Citizenship Amendment Act, which is section 6A. Now, what is this section 6A? With respect to Assam Accord, which was signed during in 1985, during the reign of Rajiv Gandhi, along with that of the government of Assam, government of India, government of Assam, with respect to Assam Gun Parishad and the Students' Union. So all of these were the signing parties. It is a memorandum of settlement. It was an MOS. So after a memorandum of settlement was decided, it was very clearly mentioned that any person who has come within, who has entered Assam within 1st January 1966, before 25th March 1971, before, not on, before 25th March 1971. They will get the citizenship provided there is a verification of their name in the electoral roll and they stayed in Assam for a minimum of 10 years. Okay? So I repeat this point. Section 6A of the Citizenship Amendment Act of 1955 very clearly mentioned that any person who has entered, so we are talking about illegal immigrant, especially migrants from Bangladesh entering India. And if they have entered within so they have come after 1st January 1966, but then before 24th March 1971, provided their names should be in the electoral rolls, that they have stayed in India for 10 years, then they are eligible to be considered as a resident of Assam. So this was the outcome of the agreement. Well, this is of course violative of Foreigners Act of 1946 and Passport Act of 1920. Last year, there was a case which was filed before the Supreme Court asking the Supreme Court to reconsider on Section 6A on why they should be provided a leeway. And why is that the illegal immigrants here have been completely given an exception with respect to Foreigners Act of 1946 and also Passport Act of 1920. This was done by somebody who had questioned before the Supreme Court of India, and the Supreme Court of India is still considering this point. Okay, so this is on Section 6A. I hope all of you have got this point, right? So this is on current affairs. These 2 points are on current affairs. And with respect to Citizenship Amendment Act, the original act does not mention the term called as religious persecution. That's something which is important. There is no word called religious persecution in the original act, as in the amended act. The amendment also speaks about OCI. Citizenship Amendment Act also speaks about OCI, that if any person has attained OCI card through fraudulent means, that amounts to cancellation. So that is also an amendment which was brought in 2019. Well, this is a 7th consecutive time that the Parliament of the Home Ministry has requested, the government has requested the Parliament for its extension to be applied. Why it is not implemented is because the government is buying time to frame rules with respect to the same act. Okay? And whenever this has to be done, whom do they consult? This goes to the Committee of Subordinate Legislation. So all of you know that there is a committee called as Committee of Subordinate Legislation. So recently, again in Jan 2023, they requested the Parliament for an extension of 6 months more. And it was through the Committee of Subordinate Legislation that they require more time for framing rules with respect to Citizenship Amendment Act. So all of these are important points with respect to your prelims. Okay? Not just the Citizenship Amendment Act, you have to remember all of them. Okay? And NRC is with respect to the state of Assam only. And for the time being, though the government said that they will start something called as National Population Register, for time being, there is no news with respect to National Population Register, so you need not have to worry about it. But NRC was implemented based, it's an initiative of the Supreme Court, not the initiative of the government, it is an initiative of the Supreme Court. It was the Supreme Court which said that there should be a database with respect to the state of Assam. Again, this is linked to that. This point is linked to that. It's because NRC was with respect to the state of Assam only. Clear? Alright? Well, now let's move on. That's about the citizenship. So any questions, any doubts in this? Now, talking about how do you give up citizenship? First and foremost, there is voluntary ways. In voluntary, we call it as renunciation. That is, if voluntarily somebody gives up the citizenship of India, it becomes renunciation. Otherwise, it is termination. By default, if a person acquires a citizenship of some other country, then his citizenship of India gets terminated. Then the next one is deprivation. What is deprivation? Deprivation means if forcefully he has a citizenship or illegally he has a citizenship of some other country, also he has citizenship with respect to India, and he has not revealed about it, and he has not given up the citizenship of any of the one country. In that case, the government of India would deprive him of his citizenship. Right? So there are 3 ways of giving up the citizenship, that is depriving one's on a citizenship or terminating one on a citizenship, provided he has violated the laws of the Citizenship Amendment Act of 1955. So renunciation is voluntary, means these two is not voluntary, it's involuntary. Termination, by default it gets cancelled, otherwise he has to cancel it. If he doesn't cancel, he'll be deprived of the Indian citizenship by default. Alright. So these are the ways of giving up the citizenship or cancelling citizenship of any person who is a citizen of India. There is also one more point here. Supposing if any Indian citizen who is outside India for a period of more than 7 years and his whereabouts are not known, is outside India, so you need not have to consider about the secret service here. It is not applicable for the secret service. So we are talking about those who are an Indian citizen whose whereabouts are not known. What do you mean by this? His whereabouts are not known, he is not able to contact his family members. Neither he is traceable. Then in that case, India might deprive him of his citizenship. Okay, so this is one more clause which you can remember. Alright, so any question, any doubts on citizenship before we proceed? So let's move ahead with legislature. So that's Parliament. So we have a law with respect to Parliament in the Constitution, Article 79, which very clearly mentions that the President, Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha is the Parliament of India. So the President is an integral part of the Parliament. So you have to remember that. So it's President, Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha. So the president is an integral part of the parliament. So we have a bicameral legislature and we follow parliamentary system of democracy. So therefore, parliament is a place which provides an executive. It provides executive. It makes provisions for controlling executive. It exercises ministerial responsibility. It makes sure it acts like a necessary checks and balance on provisions given by the executive and also done by the judiciary in some cases. Last but not the least, it acts like a control over public expenditure. Also, you can say it is a guardian of public purse. Okay. But normally we say this to the C&AG, Comptroller and Auditor General. But herein, when you are writing this point, because he controls, nothing can be taken from the Consolidated Fund of India without any approval of the Parliament of India to that extent. Why C&AG is considered to be the guardian of the public purse is because of his auditing nature. He is merely an auditor rather than that of a controller in case of India. Okay. So all of this are some of the points to suggest how our union legislature is. So it's a bicameral legislature, as you all know. So the first one is Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha, also called as Council of States. Now, talking about Rajya Sabha, you should understand the present strength of Rajya Sabha. It is 245, so out of which 233 is elected, plus 12 is nominated. The 12 nomination is from the President, Literature, Science, Arts and Social Service. And this is based on the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers headed by the Prime Minister. Then you should understand that they have a tenure of 6 years and 1/3 of them retire every 2 years. So this is a permanent body. So qualification to become a Rajya Sabha member. So these are the qualifications. First, citizen of India. Second, he shall have attained 30 years of age, shall not hold no office of profit, shall not hold any office of profit. Next, shall be abiding to any other laws by the Parliament. Now, which is a law which we have to consider here with respect to an MP? He shall abide by any law or a rule made by the Parliament, which is a law which we are considering. It's the People's Representation Act. Because it speaks about the disqualification of an MP. Okay. So Rahul Gandhi was disqualified because of that. So there are 4 clauses to it. So in disqualification of an MP, it's given under Article 102. 102 speaks about the disqualification of a member of Parliament. So Rahul Gandhi was disqualified based on Article 102, reasons for his disqualification. So first of all, you have to remember the People's Representation Act of 1951 speaks about a section, which is Section 8. Section 8 of the People's Representation Act speaks about the disqualification of an MP on the following grounds. Section 8 subclause 1. 8 subclause 1. If an MP has indulged into a corrupt practice or on corruption. Number 2, that is 8 subclause 2. If an MP is responsible for trafficking, that is food adulteration, he can be disqualified. 8 subclause 3, if any act by him has resulted in enmity amongst various groups. 8 subclause 4, any other crime where he is in a convict of the court which attracts a punishment of more than 2 years. So Rahul Gandhi here is disqualified on 8 subclause 4. The original People's Representation Act said that the moment, if any person is convict, okay, in any of these cases, if a member of parliament is convict in the court of law, then it gets 3 months of period before he is disqualified. In 2013, this was cancelled under the initiative of Rahul Gandhi himself. So probably he would be the victim of one of the important change which was brought to the People's Representation Act, where he was a brainchild behind it. All right. So that clearly shows that 8 subclause 4 is responsible for disqualification of Rahul Gandhi. All right. So next, let's come back to the other important parts. So that's on special powers. Special powers of Rajya Sabha. Now, before we start with special powers of Rajya Sabha, you should understand the first Lok Sabha started constituted in 1951, 1952. 52 is where the first Lok Sabha. Council of States even started operating in the same year, right? But then when we say that 1/3 of them retire every 2 years, they get a permanent tenure of 6 years. How did they constitute was the question. So it was through a lottery basis. For 2 years, they were removed. And then after that, from the last year, it was continued. That is, from the 4th year, it was as usual. So it means that few of those member of parliament, they got only 2 years and 4 years respectively, right? So this is how the first Rajya Sabha was constituted. Talking about special powers of Rajya Sabha, number 1, Article 249. What is Article 249? The power of the parliament to make laws on state list in the wake of national importance. Number 2 is Article 312. That is creation of new All India service. Number 3 is 67. What is 67? 67 is removal of Vice President. Article 67 is removal of Vice President. Number 4 is during emergencies. 352, 356 and 360. Why? If Lok Sabha is dissolved, Rajya Sabha has the power to ratify these emergencies. Okay, that's the 4th point. So 249, 312, 67, 352, 356 and 360. Okay, right? So why is this? During emergencies, Rajya Sabha has the power to ratify the national emergency, the state emergency and also financial emergency. Okay, got it? Right? So, but in both of these two, what you have to remember is the resolution has to be introduced in Rajya Sabha and it has to be passed with a 2/3 majority. 2/3 majority of present and voting. 2/3 majority of present and voting. So, before we go ahead with the other points here, so the types of majority. To understand about the types of majority. What are the types of majority do we have? The first one is, of course, a simple majority. One of the point of simple majority is also called as absolute majority, which is also called as absolute simple majority. And third one is the special majority. Special majority is of two types. One is the special majority, which is just 2/3 of present and voting. The other one is 2/3 of present and voting, provided it is greater than half of the total membership of the House. So this is the first one there. This is the second one. There is third under the special majority, which is 2/3 of total strength. Don't worry about the effective majority and all of it. Okay, worry about only these three. Example, simple majority, it is an ordinary bill, money bill, financial bill, so any kind of bill, right? It's a simple majority. Absolute majority in proving the majority in the House of Lok Sabha. That is, simple majority is, imagine if there are 543 members, 501 is present. So we are taking 1/2, that is 50% plus 1 here. That's simple majority. Here we will always consider 543, half of 543 plus 1. More than 50% of 543 plus 1. And that is why the magic figure in the case of proving majority is 272. Okay. Next, special majority 2/3 of present and voting. Recently we saw that is in case of if the parliament has to make law on the state list in the wake of national importance. Rajya Sabha is using it. Creation of a new All India service. Again, Rajya Sabha is using it. So it is 2/3 of present and voting. 2/3 of present and voting, provided it is greater than half of the total membership of the House. So this we normally use it in case of removal of some constitutional dignitaries. That is removal of Supreme Court judge, High Court judge, then CEC and C and AG. In all of these cases, we use the same majority. National emergency, same majority. 2/3 of present and voting, provided it is greater than half of the total membership of the House. Okay. What is this 2/3 of the total strength? 2/3 of the total strength, we use it in the case of the removal of the president, impeachment procedure of the president. Okay. These are the types of majority what we have got. It covers almost all types of majority. If you are removing a speaker, is the first one. It's present and voting, right? Again, the deputy speaker is the same thing. Removal of vice president. In removal of vice president, there is only one change. When it is initiated with a majority which is effective majority. What is that? You are initiating it through, that is in case of Rajya Sabha, there are 200 and how many members? 45 members. So let's take the vacancies are 5. So I will say there are 240 then, right? So I should take half of 240 plus 1 in the initiation in Rajya Sabha, removal of vice president, right? That's called as an effective majority. Then after that in Lok Sabha, it's a simple majority. That's the only change. I hope all of you have got this. So in case of initiating the removal of the vice president on the violation of the constitution, the grounds of violation of constitution. So when you are initiating, the first type of majority what you are using it would be an effective majority. Because you are taking half of the total strength of excluding the vacancy in the seat. Then after that you are taking Lok Sabha into consideration, where in Lok Sabha it will be more than half of the total members present and voting. Okay, right? So these are the types of majority which we have to remember. Most of it, whichever you read it in the constitution, in Lakshmikant or any book, it would be either of them. Okay, but unfortunately none of them give any explanation associated with it, including DD Basu or PM Bakshi. They don't give any explanation. So you have to understand in this way. In DD Basu, if you are having the older version, he says that the impeachment of the president is through an effective majority, right? And then he says 2/3 of the total strength, which he calls it as effective majority. But that is being changed in the reprint. Okay. So if you have had the old version of DD Basu and if you are following it, so please do make that correction. All right. So these are the important types of majority. So moving ahead about the other powers of, yes. Huh. How do we do that? 368 last clause, right? So that is, this is used there, plus apart from that, you have the state legislative assemblies who are passing with a simple majority. That is done only in those cases which affects the federal nature of the constitution. If the constitutional amendment is speaking about changing the federal feature of the constitution, not all features. If it is a unitary feature, they will not touch. If it is affecting the federal part of the Indian constitution, then in those cases, you will find this plus half of the states, 50% of the states, passing it with a simple majority. GST, for example, when it was a constitutional amendment in GST, we found that. Okay, clear? Yes? Okay, let's proceed. So, the other powers of Rajya Sabha, as you all know, they participate in impeachment procedure of the president. Of course, they initiate the impeachment procedure of the vice president, right? So, it's the same thing. Then removal of judges, that is High Court and Supreme Court, both of them. And they also participate in the election of president and vice president. So, here one more thing. Again, I repeat this point from 1919, because 1919 was the one which gave this feature that both of them are equal except the power of the purse. The Constitution of India provides equal powers, right? So, I'll tell you, if at all, if you have to refer anything about the Parliament, directly go to the website of Parliament of India and you have the PDFs given by Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha about the powers and functions of Rajya Sabha, powers and functions of Lok Sabha. Directly you refer there rather than referring it to any other book. Directly you can refer there. And it is hardly like 11 or 12 pages. It gives you complete constitutional provisions. It gives you an understanding of who is what. It gives you the functions of Rajya Sabha, also the functions of Lok Sabha. Directly pick it from the source. So, you will not have any ifs and buts to it. Clear? Right. So, these are the other powers with respect to Rajya Sabha. So, it means that this point is extremely important. That is, Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha has equal powers in the Constitution, except the power of purse or the vote of supply. So, the vote of supply or power of purse is one and the same. So, that is with the Lok Sabha. So, this is about Rajya Sabha. Now, talking about the officers here. The no confidence motion, of course, they are there in case of Lok Sabha. It is not there in Rajya Sabha. But we presume in the Constitution that both of them have been given equal powers. See, in case of certain things, which is an alternative to it, right? For example, adjournment motion and all of it. There are alternatives available. Again, no confidence motion, directly or indirectly associated with the power of the purse. It is replicative of it. So, therefore, we use the same point to extend the, motions there. We use the same point to extend those kind of motions there, right? So, that's why we assume this point to be right. Again, reference Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha website and the PDF which they have given. Correct. Majority? Correct. That's also a simple, but then only thing is we take the total strength into consideration. That's all. Yeah. But then there is nothing as such that there is an extra point which is available apart from this. Again, these things coincide with them. That's why whenever we make it's derived from 1919, by the way. The same provision is being utilized without any modification. We have borrowed and inserted certain motions. That is, Parliament has made it, which is a statutory provision or a rules within the Parliament. But nothing has changed with respect to this. Okay. Well, next moving ahead with respect to the officers of Rajya Sabha. So, the officers of Rajya Sabha, of course, it's the chairman. Chairman is none other than the vice president. He would be assisted by the deputy chairman. What are the powers of the chairman? So, let's try to understand. The first point is he presides over this session of Rajya Sabha, responsible for upholding decorum of the house and he works very close with a committee called as Rules Committee, where the Rules Committee shall make about the business procedures, right? He is responsible for conduction of smooth business of the house. So, where again, he works very closely with that of the Rules Committee. Apart from that, he has the same powers as that of Lok Sabha with respect to the 10th schedule in terms of disqualification. He holds consultations with the leader of the house. So, who is the leader of the house? Always a prime minister, both in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. What the prime minister does here, he nominates somebody to be there in the case of Rajya Sabha. Right now, it is Piyush Goyal in Rajya Sabha. Right? In case of Lok Sabha, it is always the prime minister. And he also holds consultation with the leader of opposition party, right, of the house. So, these are to make sure that there is no problem with respect to smooth conduction of business in the house. There are certain things which Rajya Sabha has, which Lok Sabha does not have. One of that is nothing but motion of papers. The same thing is called as adjournment motion. What do you mean by motion of paper? Motion of paper is having the same weightage as that of adjournment motion. It is to discuss matters of urgent public importance. It attracts to discuss matters of urgent public importance. Well, the difference we will discuss when we discuss adjournment motion. One of the most important point in case of adjournment motion is its admissibility is after 50 members' approval. Motion of papers does not have anything as sort, right? But then it requires some people to, second it. That is to make sure that the Rajya Sabha discusses matters of urgent public importance. Okay. In case of adjournment motion, 50 members compulsory. Right. So, motion of papers can be seen only in case of Rajya Sabha. It has the same effect as that of the adjournment motion. Alright. So, next, talking about the vice president election, we have already discussed. And one more important thing here is about the 10th schedule disqualification. We will discuss about this the moment we discuss anti-defection law and what are the powers with respect to the speaker and also the chairman. In the absence of, in the joint sitting, it is not the chairman who presides, it is always the deputy chairman. We have already discussed about it. But then, deputy chairman presides over the session of the Rajya Sabha in absence of chairman. And one more thing is with respect to chairman is, the chairman does not have the right to vote. However, under a tie, the chairman has a right to vote even though he is not the member of Rajya Sabha. The chairman does not have the right to vote. First of all, he is not the member. But in order to overcome the tie, he has the right to vote. So in the second instance, he has the right to vote. And when the chairman is considered, when there is a motion, a resolution, which is initiated for the removal of vice president, then in that case, he can participate in the regular proceedings of the House. The only thing is he cannot vote for is because he is not the member of the House. This differentiates him to that of the Speaker. I repeat this point. When there is a motion under consideration, a resolution which is passed in order to remove the Vice President, who is also the Chairman of Rajya Sabha, then in that case, he is not supposed to, sit in the position of Chairman. However, he can participate in the proceedings of the House. He cannot vote for any proceedings. Reason, he is not the member of the House. However, the Speaker can do it if there is a resolution passed against the Speaker for his removal, because Speaker is a member of the House while the Chairman is not, right? He is the Vice President. So that's where the change is. And one more thing is, he will have the right to vote if and only if there is a tie. Otherwise, he does not have any right to vote. Okay. So these are the things which you have to remember about the chairman. Talking about deputy chairman presides over the session in the absence of the chairman. He is also the one who presides over the joint sitting in the absence of speaker and the deputy speaker. Deputy chairman is elected from Rajya Sabha through a simple majority. He will assist in smooth conduction of business in the House with the help of the chairman. So, his only work here is for smooth conduction of business in the House. Does he has any powers with respect to anti-defection law? No. In the absence of chairman, can he assume it? No. He's not supposed to. In the absence of the chairman, can he assume it? He can't assume it. It's very clear. So, apart from this, you need not have to worry about the deputy chairman. Now, can he be removed? Yes, he can be removed. And a resolution has to be passed. And in that resolution, in that case, 1/4 member's signature, 1/4 member's authentication is necessary in Rajya Sabha. After that, it is passed again through a simple majority. Needless to mention, he continues to stay in the House of Rajya Sabha. He has only been removed in the position of Deputy Speaker. Now, one more thing. In case of the recent additions, there are vice chairmen in Rajya Sabha. Now, this vice chairman, all these vice chairmen, it's nothing but a group of people who is a substitute in the absence of chairman and the deputy chairman. And this is done by the Rajya Sabha chairman in consultation with the speaker or otherwise. Right now, he has done it so that in case, in his absence and the deputy chairman absence, so any one of the vice chairman can take over the session in Rajya Sabha. So that's one more thing what we have to understand with respect to the vice chairman here. All right. So these are about the officers in Rajya Sabha and the term called as Rajya Sabha. First of all, there is nothing as such which is a recent initiative in Rajya Sabha. However, one of that which has always been questionable is about the term called Rajya Sabha. Because the name Council of States always says it provides an opportunity for all of the states to discuss states' problem in the national arena. But earlier it was made sure that there was a modification which was made in the People Representation Act of 1951. That is, if any person who is getting elected for Rajya Sabha, in that case, he shall be an elector in the state. So this was made sure, which was one of the important, feature in the People's Representation Act of 1951. So it means that somebody, who just becomes an elector, right? Who shows a residence and becomes an elector with the Election Commission of India. It means that they can stand in election in a state without knowing the knowledge about the state, without knowing the language of the state, without understanding the people's problem. In fact, Rajya Sabha was always been criticized that it provides a backdoor entry for politicians. In many such cases, it was violated. Of course, the Supreme Court did not involve in this, and it upheld, saying that any person from any state can stand in the election of Rajya Sabha is because it provides an opportunity for anybody to represent himself, where he cannot represent directly in Lok Sabha. So in fact, this provides a backdoor entry for all of them who cannot stand and win the election. There are two ways of looking at it. One who can stand and win an election in Lok Sabha, others who cannot, but then they are eminent personalities. And the eminent personalities have to be used in making the bills, in making a law. So therefore, it was justified to have this feature inside Rajya Sabha, right? So the right to be an elector, that is with a place of residence or not to be a place of residence, it's very clear that even a person who belongs to some other state can stand in a state, in other state. Example, you have the finance minister, earlier Arun Jaitley, many of them, Manmohan Singh, when he was a prime minister. Now this legitimized the presence of Rajya Sabha and deviated from the original context of what the constitutional makers said, that it shall provide a platform for discussing national problems, that is state's problem in the national arena, right? So that's about the critical assessment of Rajya Sabha. So why do we need it? Provides an other opportunity, right, for all of those whose intellectual ideas can be used in making the bill, in making the law, number one. Number two is, just know it, because it's not so important for the prelims, just know it. Maybe if it is asked in the prelims, you can answer it easily. Second thing is, the idea behind it is to have a reasonable check and balance in case of bills which are passed in Lok Sabha. Because if in case of Lok Sabha, who has the power? It's always the ruling party. Imagine instead of bicameral legislature, we had a unicameral legislature. It would have made sure that the government could have controlled parliament itself. So the government is already an arm of an executive, so it controlling the parliament, which seriously jeopardized the lawmaking process in the country. So therefore, it is justifiable to have Rajya Sabha to have reasonable check and balance in the case of the system. That's about the critical assessment of Rajya Sabha. Moving ahead on Lok Sabha. So Lok Sabha, as you all know, it is a directly elected body, direct election. So I forgot to mention there, it is an indirect election. So they are elected through proportional representation system through a single transferable vote. Lok Sabha, needless to mention, 5 years of tenure. Lok Sabha has a maximum strength of 550. Rajya Sabha has a maximum strength of 550. 238 plus 12. Presently, it is 245. In case of Lok Sabha, it is 543. Rajya Sabha, 250 maximum, 238 plus 12. Right now, presently, it is 245. Here it is 550. Earlier, it was 552. So, after we did away with the two Anglo-Indian communities, now it is 550. So, we have 543 at present. What are the qualifications to become a Lok Sabha member? Citizen of India, attain 25 years of age, then shall not hold any office of profit, any other law, specified by the Parliament. The disqualification of an MP in 102 again gives you an understanding of in what cases he can be disqualified, right? So, which is if he is of unsound mind or a body. Next is undischarged, insolvent. Then next, if at all, any other law in the Parliament is gone against any rules of the Parliament. So this any law there goes ahead with the People's Representation Act of 1951. So they'll come back. Suspension is a temporary one because of the breach of code. Supposing if it is on privilege motion, then it will be a disqualification, not a disqualification, suspension for some period of time. But in fact, in case of even in privilege motion is initiated against any member of Parliament, if at all, if there is any breach of privileges. For example, if any MP becomes unruly, behaves against the rules of the House, the Speaker or the Chairman has the right to expel them for some moment of a time. It does not amount to disqualification. It's suspension. Disqualification will be done with consultation with the President, Election Commission of India, in those cases of Office of Profit. For example, in cases of Office of Profit, Election Commission of India compulsory. And if Election Commission, it is reasonably questioned before the Supreme Court. So I'll just, since you have brought this, there's a difference of disqualification and suspension here. Disqualification on the grounds of Office of Profit. Office of Profit. And when will this happen? This is provided Election Commission of India has informed the Speaker of the House or it is the Chairman. Because it is the violation of the Constitution, 102. Then, in cases of 10th schedule, in case of 10th schedule of the Indian Constitution, or if at all, if they are continuously absent for 60 days. Continuously absent for 60 days in a session. In all of that, it amounts to disqualification. Breach of privileges, an action shall be taken by the MP. So far, the action would be suspension only for a few days. Or if anybody who is unruly, who willfully prohibits the session. Because you all know that the Speaker and also the Chairman has a right to maintain the decorum of the session. So, in those cases, they can take a disciplinary action against them. If there are a group of MPs who are doing it, what do? It is adjournment. Right? Adjournment is different, adjournment motion is different. So, adjournment signed by, normally we do not see it right now. Okay? So, this is where the difference comes into. Okay? Office of Profit, especially, the Speaker has a right, but then, if at all, if it has to be done in the case of Office of Profit, Election Commission of India will also involve there. Because It looks into the qualification of an MP. Who is responsible for election of an MP, also an MLA, also for a president, also for the vice president. Right? And also for the MLC. Even for the MLC election. It's the Election Commission of India only. Right? So that's where the difference is. Well, now, next. So, we were discussing about the qualification and disqualification of an MP. Let's speak about the special powers of Lok Sabha. What are the special powers of Lok Sabha? First one, Money Bill. Article 110. Article 110, Money Bill. Number 2, no confidence motion. Again, no confidence motion. Once initiated, they have to wait for how many months? 6 months. They have to wait for 6 months. Next, number 3, confidence motion. Again, no confidence motion requires 50 members approval. 50 members signature is required. Confidence motion. This is again once initiated. It can be initiated in the next 6 months, but normally president can overcome that, ask the majority party there, the ruling party there, to do the confidence motion if they have failed. If he gets a sense that they have failed in proving the majority. If he gets a sense that they have lost the majority, he can do it. So this, not necessarily 6 months, but then this is compulsorily 6 months. No confidence motion. Confidence motion can also be a confidence building measure for a ruling party, which can initiate this just to prove its support and majority or kindle the opposition political parties. Initiated by Narendra Modi in 2014, just to show the support, the strength which his party has over the opposition political parties, because the opposition political parties tried their level best to bring the session to a halt. During that time, we should always remember that both should, use their restraint for the smooth conduction of the house. Both the ruling party as well as opposition party. What is happening in India is, once a ruling party commands the majority, right? And if it has an absolute majority, sometimes a landslide, there is nobody to question them. Which goes against the will of democracy, right? Which should not be the case. On the other end, the opposition parties make sure that they willfully bring the session to a halt. We don't see the productive sessions, right? So in that case, the speaker's role and the chairman's role is extremely important. Whatever said and done, but confidence motion and no confidence motion. In no confidence motion, there is no reason to initiate it. You need not have to give any reason. No reason. You can initiate it just like that. But then you require 50 members support. Same thing holds good in the case of confidence motion. No reason for initiation. Here, if the president is asking them to prove the confidence, they're supposed to use a confidence motion. Why is he saying? Supposing if he is, he wants to know who is claiming the majority. In that case, he might do it. Okay. So this is where the confidence motion is different from that of no confidence motion, predominantly by the opposition party. It is always opposition party. Always no confidence motion. Which ruling party will have no confidence motion and then prove it? Definitely not. They will always have a confidence motion. So it is the ruling party initiative. Initiated by an opposition political party. Here initiated by the ruling party. Both of them are present in the rules of Lok Sabha. Therefore, they are constitutional, but do not have a place in the Constitution of India. So, how do we understand it? It is constitutional, but not present in the Constitution. It is constitutional, but not present in the Constitution. right? So there are many provisions like that. So both of them, anything whatever we do, right? Anything which the parliament does, anything which the executive initiates. So all of that is within the framework of the constitution itself. It cannot go against the constitution. It shall never go against the constitution. All right. So apart from this, number 4, the role of the speaker. Because speaker is also the chairperson of intergovernmental panel of parliamentarian forum. So in case of representing the Parliament of India in a forum, in an international forum of parliamentarians, it's always the speaker who represents it. Then 5th one, the strength of Lok Sabha. Why am I saying the strength of Lok Sabha? Is because in case of joint sitting, right, we normally find this. In case of joint sitting, Lok Sabha overpowers Rajya Sabha, right? And one more thing is, in Lok Sabha, the presence of ruling party makes sure that maximum number of bills gets initiated in Lok Sabha compared to that of the Rajya Sabha. All of these are some of the special powers of Lok Sabha. Other than that, you have powers like financial bills being initiated. So when I say money bill, so I will not take finance bill into consideration, because in budget we see both of them, right? Financial bill is different, finance bill is different. For us in current affairs, finance bill is important because finance bill got an approval in the parliament, and finance bill always speaks about the financial proposals of the government in the following year. And in fact, this provides a power to the government for all financial initiatives which is done in the country, including its programs and so on. Based on the finance bill this year, it's finance bill. It's finance bill. Finance bill. So in case of finance bill, you should understand that this year they brought an act They brought a body called as GST Appellate Tribunal. It would be implemented shortly, and GST Appellate Tribunal would be headed by a former judge of the Supreme Court or the former Chief Justice of India. Or a former Chief Justice of India. It has already been made as a part of finance bill. It got its approval. And for economy, you all know that the FRBM Act, right? There are certain things which was implemented in finance bill that's on the taxation proposal and how the financial initiatives would be done in this year. So it spoke about some of the taxation associated with the stock market. That's on the transaction tax, which was included in the stock market. So all of that was the initiatives of the government, which has already got the approval. So important for current affairs. So GST Appellate Tribunal. So do we have GST Appellate Tribunal? Yes. And that's been replicated after it has been accepted in the Parliament of India. And with respect to finance bill, you should understand the President of India gets 75 days of time to sign it. So he cannot delay it. So he gets 75 days of time to sign it. So he has to sign it within 75 days. He cannot hold it for long. If he holds it for long, then it creates a problem. Why? Because it is about the financial proposals of India. Correct? Because whenever we speak about the budget speaks about the expenditure, receipts, revenue receipts, expenditure. It also speaks about the ways and means of generating revenue. The ways and means of generating revenue becomes the financial proposals. And that is to be included in the case of finance bill. Okay? Clear, everybody? Yes? Understood? Right. Now, next, coming to the miscellaneous powers other than this. So, election of president, election of vice president, then impeachment of judges, including other constitutional authorities. Apart from that, the role of the speaker in smooth conduction of the house, and he is the one who is responsible to provide the rules committee and the committees of the parliament, authentication to all of them. Then, even most of the public bills gets approval in the Lok Sabha because they are initiated in Lok Sabha. They are the government bills or those bills which have to be initiated by the government, right? So these are some of the other miscellaneous power which we have got with respect to Lok Sabha. All right. Now, moving ahead about the speaker, officers. Speaker. Speaker is elected, as you all know, through a simple majority within the House. Speaker office continues. The speaker, once elected, continues till the next speaker, takes the office. When we say next speaker, it can also be a pro tem speaker. The meaning of pro tem speaker is speaker temporaire in France. The pro tem speaker has the objective of helping the member of parliaments to have their oath of affirmation in the house of Lok Sabha. That is why speaker temporaire. After the temporary speaker, you will have the speaker who has been elected in Lok Sabha. Earlier, we used to have constitutional convention. What was that? If the speaker was from the ruling party, the deputy speaker was from the opposition. Right now, it is not there. Both of them are from the same ruling party. It's been changed. All right. So, deputy speaker, again, is he elected? Yes, there is no constitutional convention which is being followed now. But then the constitution says for the election of deputy speaker, since it was unanimously done, it was an understanding, an agreement between the ruling party and the opposition party. We used to see that. Elected through a simple majority. And in case of deputy speaker, he would preside the house in the absence of speaker. Same functions to the speaker as that of the chairman, but one extra function. And that is on certification of money bill. Given under Article 110. Certification of money bill. Without the speaker's certification, a bill cannot be called as a money bill. He can certify any bill as a money bill. Is there any judicial review on it? No judicial review. Judicial review will only happen after it is to be passed, and then, there is a bone of contention that it is malified to the nature of larger section of the society. Supposing if it is challenged in the Supreme Court, that's when the Supreme Court shall interfere. But once a speaker certifies a bill as a money bill, you cannot challenge that before the Supreme Court. So that is what it is when we speak about the speaker's power. So see, speaker's power with respect to money bill is absolute. It is absolute. His power with respect to money bill is absolute. And after his certification, then only money bill travels to Rajya Sabha. After the certification of the speaker, then only the money bill is passed to Rajya Sabha. Right? So what if the money bill is not passed in case of Lok Sabha? It means that the government has lost its majority. What if the government does not, present the budget? What if it doesn't present the budget? Even after President saying they have to present the budget, they are not presenting. Again, dissolution of Lok Sabha. It's a constitutional obligation. Article 112, annual financial statement. Article 112 very clearly states annual financial statement. So it has to be presented annually. So failing to present it, it means that it goes against the constitution, violation of the constitution. So since it is a violation of the constitution, since the government has not done it, so even if you say that the government has a majority, normally a majority government will not do it. Why? Because it has money to run the nation. At the end of the day, it's vitamin M, right? Correct. So if you have vitamin M, you are invincible. Yes or no? Vitamin M and vitamin P is a deadly combination. I keep telling you in the class also, right? Anyway, so Kautilya used to always say, the type of administration is dependent on the amount of finance. The amount of money depicts the type of administration. And we normally see that in the case of India also, right? We have changed a lot with respect to our budget, right? However, what is important for us is the money bill certification by the speaker, without which it does not travel to Rajya Sabha, which is important. Now, before we understand the other role of the speaker, you should remember it's the same thing as that of chairman of Rajya Sabha. So, smooth conduction of business, rules committee will work under the speaker of Lok Sabha. The speaker of Lok Sabha also has one more power of presiding over the joint sitting. The speaker is also responsible for disqualification of any member of parliament under the office of profit. Speaker is responsible for disqualification of any member of the parliament under 10th schedule of the Indian Constitution, anti-defection law in case of defection, and of course, which can be challenged in the court of law, right? So all of that is again the powers of the speaker, which we have already discussed, similar to that of the power of the chairman. Next, the types of bill. Under that, first let's discuss about money bill. Financial bill. Financial bill, clause 3. Article 110, 117 subclause 1, 117 subclause 3. Subclause 3 is not to be treated as financial bill, so we will omit it. Okay. So 117 subclause 3 speaks about what is not financial bill. Okay. There's always a statement which is given in Lakshmikant. He says that all money bills are financial bills, but all financial bills are not money bills. How shall we understand it? So now let's try to understand money bill. So it is given under the provision article 110. Money bill is any bill which is certified by the speaker. Okay. First of all, you understand this. So certification by speaker. So money bill is always again introduced only in the case of Lok Sabha. And should you have the prior recommendation of the president? Of course, yes. Annual financial statement is an example of it. So it's prior sanction of president or prior approval of the president. Prior approval of the president. Financial bill can also be introduced only in Lok Sabha. Financial bill of clause 1 are those bills which contain money bill provisions Along with that, it contains some provisions which are ordinary in nature. I repeat, they are money bill provisions plus some ordinary provisions. So that is why all money bills are financial bills, but all financial bills are not money bills, because there is an extra feature called as ordinary provisions adding here. That is the reason. So it is some ordinary features, some ordinary provisions, not complete ordinary provisions. One more thing which is very, very important for us is money bill. See, first of all, when we speak about the Parliament, Parliament has the power to reduce and abolish a tax. It does not have any power to increase a tax. This statement he has asked 5 times in UPSC. The same statement. Why is that? What is the logic behind it? Parliamentary control over public expenditure. Parliament will work in the favor of the public. Right? If the taxes are increased, so what do we say to the Parliament? Parliament is representative of us, right? So it goes against the democracy, the parliamentary system of democracy. The idea of having parliamentary system of democracy is democracy being replicated in the Parliament, as you all know. So, well, it contains some of the ordinary provisions, but then it contains more of money bill provisions. What are the money bill provisions? Any bill which speaks about disbursal of money from the Consolidated Fund of India, withdrawal of money from Consolidated Fund of India, anything which is associated with taxation, anything which is associated with taxation. There are A to G provisions given in the Constitution, which is not necessary for us to remember and memorize all of these A to G provisions, not required. Just remember anything which is withdrawal of Consolidated Fund of India, anything which is with respect to, right, abolition of a tax or introduction of a tax, anything with respect to, disbursal of money from Consolidated Fund of India, paying some receipts where Consolidated Fund of India is associated, all of that, or anything which is taken from the public accounts of India or contingency fund of India can also be a part of money bill. A to G provisions speak about it. Okay. Now, since the power of purse is with Lok Sabha, therefore it has to be introduced only in Lok Sabha. The speaker there, he has the power with respect to it. Nobody has the power with respect to it. In case of financial bill, why it is introduced only in Lok Sabha? Why it is introduced only in Lok Sabha is because it contains money bill provisions. Remember that. However, since it contains money bill provisions, it requires prior recommendation of the President. For what? For its introductory stage. We are talking about the introductory stage. So there are 3 readings to a bill. First reading, second reading, third reading. First reading, introductory stage. Second reading is where the discussion happens. Third reading, conclusion of debate, voting. You conclude the debate and voting. These are the 3 readings to a bill, right? So the second reading is the consideration stage. The second reading is a consideration stage. Here, money bill is introduced in the first stage. Prior recommendation of the President is required for its introduction. Prior recommendation of the President, again, required for its introduction. But it contains some of the other provisions. That also we have to keep it in mind. So, on case of money bill, since it is introduced only in Lok Sabha, it has the power of only in Lok Sabha, no joint sitting. No joint sitting. And of course, Rajya Sabha has no powers on money bill except discussion. And the time limit is 14 days, within which, if it is not passed, it is considered to be passed and directly goes to the President. Okay? So, supposing if a money bill is passed, okay, and then the money bill from Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, after 14 days, it has kept the money bill. Still, it is not passing. it is considered to be passed. Again, there is nothing as such, the modification would be done. Normally, in case of money bill, there is no modification. Supposing if they recommend, they can recommend. Rajya Sabha can recommend. But it is not obligatory on Lok Sabha. There is no joint sitting. Because power of purse is with respect to Lok Sabha. So that's the reason behind it. In terms of financial bill, since it contains ordinary provisions, Rajya Sabha has equal powers. Rajya Sabha has equal powers. Why? Because it contains other than money bill provisions, the ordinary provisions, some ordinary provisions. Right? So, since Rajya Sabha has equal powers, joint sitting. Joint sitting is a must with respect to the money bill. Sorry, financial bill of clause 1, 117(1). So, how do you understand financial bill then? So, it contains extra provisions other than the money bill provisions. Ordinary in nature means that you have a program. The program also requires a larger sum of disbursal from the Consolidated Fund of India. Let's understand like that. There's a program. And this program requires large sum of disbursal from the Consolidated Fund of India. And it is related in the field of finance, maybe Digital India, which is concerned with the economic framework of this country. Right? So, in that case, it will be a financial bill. Alright, I hope all of you have got this. Now, this is little interesting. Financial bill of clause 3. Now, since, what did I say here? It is money bill plus some ordinary bill provisions. Financial bill is some money bill provisions plus ordinary provisions. So, since it contains ordinary provisions with some money bill provisions, therefore, this shall be treated similar to that of ordinary bill. Well, the President's recommendation is not necessary in its first reading, but President's recommendation compulsory during second reading. It is compulsory in second reading. Okay, so President's recommendation is compulsory in second reading, not in the first reading. So I can introduce the bill because it's an ordinary provision. Since it has some money bill provisions, therefore, during its second reading, where clause by clause, discussion of the bills happen, that's when you require the President's recommendation. President's recommendation only in the consideration stage, not in the introductory stage. Since this bill contains ordinary provision, it can be initiated either in Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. Since it contains ordinary bill provisions, joint sitting is a possibility. Okay, if you remember this table, you need not have to worry about money bill and the financial bill. So, if you can just revise it and then go for the examination. So, again I repeat, money bill. So, money bill, because it speaks about the provisions from A to G. So, how do we understand it? Any provisions which is disbursal from Consolidated Fund of India, money which is undertaken from Consolidated Fund of India, or any taxation proposals, even including abolition of taxation proposals, all of that comes across as money bill. Example of money bill is budget, in fact. So, it has to be with the certification of speaker. But in financial bill, certification of speaker is not necessary. So, Lok Sabha, it has to be introduced only in Lok Sabha because of the power of purse. And then the prior sanction, that is recommendation of the President, is a must for its introduction. So, introductory stage. Second, there is no joint sitting in case of money bill because Lok Sabha has the ultimate powers with respect to it. Rajya Sabha can only discuss, recommend possible changes, but then it is up to Lok Sabha to accept it or leave it, but it has got 14 days of time to pass it. If they don't pass it in 14 days of time, it means that it is deemed to be passed. Next, talking about the financial bill. Financial bill, subclause 1, article 1171, it has money bill provisions with some ordinary bill provisions. So therefore, it has money bill provisions. It has to be introduced only in Lok Sabha. Prior recommendation of the President is compulsory. Next, Rajya Sabha has equal powers basically because it is ordinary bill. It has ordinary bill provisions. Then after that, joint sitting is also an admissibility because Rajya Sabha has equal powers with respect to it and it has ordinary bill provisions. Next, financial bill, subclause 3, President's recommendation is required only in the secondary stage, that is in the second reading, consideration stage, not in the first stage because it has more of ordinary bill provisions, less of money bill provisions. So that's the reason behind it. Then it can be introduced in either house of the parliament, either in Rajya Sabha or in Lok Sabha, but then joint sitting is also admissible here in case of the financial bill of 117 subclause 3. Reason, again, it's ordinary bill provisions. So all of these three is about money bill and the financial bill and their differences. Please do remember them. There will not be any ifs and buts to it. Okay. So this is what the Constitution of India states. Next. The finance bill I have already done. So I would just write them. So finance bill, it comes at the end of the budget. So where you have the money bill. And then after that, it is the finance bill. After Appropriation Act, it's the Finance Act. So once the Finance Act is done, it speaks about the financial proposals of the government. And it also has more of financial initiatives. It falls under some of the features used in FRBM. Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act. Right? So this year, finance, and one more thing which I said was 75 days for the President to sign it. And one more thing is this year, they have introduced GST Appellate Tribunal. So remember them. Next, anything. Normally, there are two types of bill. Private members bill, then it is public bill. Public bills are all those which are introduced by the government. Normally, they get a time, and the time is somewhere between 7 days to 10 days before it is introduced. Sometimes it will be notified in the Gazette. After it is notified in the Gazette, then the introductory stage starts. In case of the private members bill, the notification would be done for 15 days or 1 month. Normally, private members bill are those bills which are introduced by a member of parliament who is not a minister. Who is not a minister. Till date, from 1968, not even a single private members bill have been passed in the parliament. Till date, from 1978. But why am I talking about the private members bill is because there was a discussion with respect to it. There was a proposal that normally the discussion of the private members bill will happen on Fridays. Instead of having on Fridays, they wanted to have it one more day, that is on Wednesday. We do not know whether this proposal would be implemented or not. Now, who has to implement it? It has to be implemented by the Speaker in consultation with the Leader of the House. In consultation with the Leader of the House. Okay, he has to always make sure that all of this is done in consultation with the Leader of the House. That is a reason, normally, we might see that the Leader of the House will be in the first row. Right hand side from the Speaker, so that, all of his committees, along with the Speaker, can have a discussion with the Leader of the House. The Prime Minister is a Leader of the House for both Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha. But since he has his presence in Lok Sabha, so he will appoint somebody else in case of Rajya Sabha. Leader of the House has important responsibilities. Responsibility number 1. He is responsible for smooth conduction of the House, for which he coordinates with the Speaker, or he coordinates with the Chairman of Rajya Sabha. He can also speak about certain things on the Rules Committee, but then it is up to the Speaker to decide this. Coordination with the opposition parties, that is where the Speaker invites both the Leader of Opposition as well as the Leader of the House to discuss about certain matters of the bill, if the bill has created a furore in the Parliament. So wasteful sessions will always result in wasteful expenditure for the Parliament, because we have only 3 sessions in the Parliament. And all of these 3 sessions, the first session goes off in the budget, and it is the remaining 2 sessions. That is the budget session, the other one is, a monsoon session, the other one is the winter session. In these 2 sessions, the Parliament has a very big responsibility of making legislation. If there are more number of clashes between opposition parties and the ruling party, we will not see any smooth conduction of the House. Therefore, in that issue, the Speaker always makes sure that he coordinates with the Leader of the House and along with the Leader of Opposition in order to make sure that there is smooth conduction of the House and in maintenance of decorum. Talking about the Leader of the Opposition party. According to one of the rule, that is in 1987, the Leader of the Opposition party, according to the rules of the Parliament, shall get the same weightage as that of the Cabinet rank Minister. The Leader of the Opposition party shall be selected from that opposition political party which has secured a minimum of 10% of the seats in Lok Sabha. So, in fact, that was a bone of contention when Congress was elected, because they were running short of it. They needed around 55, but then they had only 53, I guess, 53 or 54. There are 2 shorts of it. So, but then in spite of that, it is the discretion of the Speaker to change the rules along with the Rules Committee, because he is the one who is responsible for making the rules. Right? So, all of that is the responsibility of the Speaker, in particular to Leader of Opposition. Till date, there is no question which is asked from these areas. I presume that you people know about it. So, just know about them. If at all, if you want to make a note, just make a note of it. So, the Leader of the Opposition, he has the same weightage as that of the Cabinet rank Minister. And is it statutory? Yes, it is statutory. Right? Why it is statutory? It is because of the rules made in the Parliament. That is why it is statutory. So, you can remember about these things. Yeah. So, talking about the other important bills, we have ordinary bill. Anything which is not a finance bill, financial bill, or a money bill, or a constitutional amendment bill is called as an ordinary bill. Okay? Ordinary bills are those bills which has ordinary provisions. And of course, they do not have any specific feature as such. So, of course, they follow the normal procedure of first reading, introduction stage, the second reading, that is the consideration stage, and the third reading, which is nothing but the voting stage. They have these things. Okay. So, nothing much about the ordinary provisions. You can take a break, 10 minutes, and then we will continue with the constitutional amendment bills. Okay. So, I had told you about Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha Secretariat. Okay. And also, it has hardly like 15 pages. Since you have already finished the revision of it, directly go to the website of Parliament of India. You have Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha there. And then after that, immediately download that document. It says composition, functions. You'll also find the history, which is not given in Lakshmikant, not given in any books. you'll find the history there. Because I found some of the questions which are quite factual last year and before that as well. He had asked about somewhere around 1973 on the coalition, right? So where do you get it? You'll get it directly from the government or some of these related documents. So please do make sure that you download it. It's an important document. Again, I emphasize on it. And go through that. It's like a revision for you. If there is any points which is missing out of the class or also out of Lakshmikant or out of any of the book which you are referring, including D.D. Basu, you can put a note there. Clear? And then before going to the examination, you have to revise this as much as you can, because you will definitely get questions on these things. A lot of motions were in news, right? Well, so moving ahead, so we were discussing about ordinary bill. Now, next. Type Indian Parliament. You get parliament.nic.in. Okay. And then india.gov.in. In that websites, it is there. So you will have, it will direct you to the page of Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha. Click on Rajya Sabha. Then you have, first you will get the present Vice President, Honorable Vice President Dinakar. Then after that, you will have Lok Sabha. Then you will get the speaker there, and then the composition, including all committees. Okay, clear? Right? You have it. Google search, Parliament of India. If you have not found, Google search. And then the first. I presume that it is easy, because Indian polity at the end of the day, right? So I thought it was easy to find. Anybody found? Anybody found? Yes? Got it? Yes? Please do download those documents, PDF, and go through them. Yeah? Well, so next is Constitutional Amendment Bill. See, most of these questions have not come from past 7 years on these kind of bills, including money bill or financial bill or finance bill. There was a question in 2020. And on the session, which was supposed to be done by the president, that is, we have a rule in the constitution that the session shall happen once in 6 months. That's the rule. So related to that, there was one statement. But related to Constitutional Amendment Bill, Constitutional Amendment, we have not found any question from past 5 to 7 years. 7 years. Last time you could see it in 2013, right? It's almost a decade now, 9 years before. So what is Constitutional Amendment Bill? So it seeks amendment to the Constitution, as we all know. And who is initiating this? It would be a minister from the government, or this can also be from any private member. So what is the important point here? The private member can also initiate a constitutional amendment bill. That's the important point. Then you should understand that the president's recommendation is not required. No prior sanction of the president. No prior sanction of the president. So this is also an important point. Remember this. And it has to be initiated in each one of the house, either of the house, right? It's not that it has to be initiated in Lok Sabha and then goes to Rajya Sabha. It can be initiated in either of the house. After it is initiated, it is passed through a simple majority. If there is a dispute between Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha with respect to Constitutional Amendment Bill, there is no joint sitting. Other than this, it is the procedure. So the points which has to be noted is, it seeks any amendment to the constitution. Again, this you have to relate with Article 368, relate with Keshwananda Bharati case of 1973. Why? You can do any amendment to the constitution, save, that is, except the basic structure of the Indian constitution. So the basic structure of Indian constitution shall never be touched by the constitutional amendment. There is no constitutional amendment for the basic structure of the Indian constitution. So, which are the basic structure of the Indian constitution? There are many, which is as interpreted by the court, including independence of judiciary, right? You have the fundamental rights, you have directive principles of state policy, many things are there, right? Including preamble, but then not those important points which comes across as a basic structure of the Indian constitution, which is also to be considered as a basic premise, the foundation values of the constitution. This has to be in sync with that of the basic structure of the Indian constitution. Next, what is a procedure? Of course, in terms of amendments in our constitution, there are certain things which are not to be considered as an amendment, even though there is a change. That we have already discussed with respect to the states and the union territories. So, there we use simple majority. But then we do not consider this as an amendment to the constitution. It requires only a state reorganization act for them. Save Sikkim, which we have already discussed what happened with respect to Sikkim, and it is an important topic for the examination also. And I told you about the special provision of Sikkim with respect to Article 371F. Remember them. Next, there is special majority. Now, in case of special majority, it is 2/3 majority of present and voting, provided it is greater than half of total strength of the house. So, this will be done by those provisions, only those provisions of constitution other than the federal features. Example, 103 and 104 Constitutional Amendment Act. 103 is EWS, quota is 10%. Okay, it is upheld by the Supreme Court, that is why it was in news. Next, 104, that is reservation for SCs and STs, continued for 10 years. Do OBCs enjoy reservation in case of Parliament? No. Minorities, do they enjoy? No. It is only scheduled caste and the scheduled tribe. Okay. So, these two are examples of this kind of a majority, because if at all, if you have to give them any provision, you have to change the constitution, right? So, therefore, the change in the constitution did not affect and the federal features of the Indian constitution. What are these federal features? Anything which is associated with division of power. They are called as the federal features. Next. The second type is the special majority, which is the 2/3 majority. The same thing as that of the previous one, provided it is greater than half of the total membership of the house, plus half of state legislative assemblies passing with a simple majority. The only drawback of this point is no stipulated duration. For what? There is no time limit within which they have to ratify the bill. So, this works like a challenge, because they can delay the bill, the process of the bill gets delayed because of this. Okay, so this is our only drawback. So, this is about the constitutional amendment and the constitutional amendment bill. Remember the first set of points, the 5 points here and the 3 points there, is changing or creating a new state called as a constitutional amendment? No, it's not a constitutional amendment, but it can be attached to that of Sikkim. It can be attached to that of Sikkim, saying that Sikkim was a separate state in India after a constitutional amendment. The statement becomes right because Sikkim was a unique case. They tried to attach to that of Article 2A, but then it was the only case where there was a term called as associate state was being used. And associate state was a second class tag which was given to the state of Sikkim, which we have already discussed. Alright. So this is about the different types of bills. Moving ahead about the different types of motions. Now here, one of the motion which was in news last year was Guliton. So you have different types of motion, but what you have to remember is, you have to remember the term called as substantive motion. Anything which is giving a major effect. For example, in the removal of a constitutional authorities, we use substantive motion. In fact, a substantive motion is nothing but a resolution. A substantive motion is nothing but a resolution. This is where you see it. And substantive motion will always have a strong effect. We use it where? It will always have an impact. And where is the impact? Impeachment of president and other constitutional authorities. That is where you would see this substantive motion. And you will also have subsidiary motion, substitute motion, which is not important for the examination. Since Guliton was constantly in use, there are certain motions which are used to close, right? We call them as closure motions. And there are different types of closure motions. The first type of closure motion is nothing but a simple closure motion. What is a simple closure motion? It's a motion after the conclusion of a debate. Now, it concludes saying that all provisions of them are discussed in the debate and it calls for closing the debate. So, that is why it is called as a simple closure motion, right? Apart from that, you also have something called as compartment closure motion. What is a compartment closure motion? It's a motion, normally, it so happens that it's a very big, debate. Imagine that there is a very big debate, right? And it is a very big bill. So, this bill is divided into various subparts. A bill is divided into various subparts which are compartments. But the holistic part of debate would be discussed. After the holistic part of debate is discussed, then it calls for the closure. And that is why it is called as compartment closure motion. Got it? A simple closure motion is a motion which is a conclusion after a debate. So, we never know where he'll ask the question. So, that is why I've taken all of this from. Okay. So, the next one is a kangaroo motion. What's a kangaroo motion? A kangaroo motion is a motion which normally speaks about only the most important points of the bill. It discusses the important features or clauses of the bill. And then it calls for the closure, right? Last one is the Guliton closure motion. What is the Guliton motion? A Guliton motion is a motion whether a bill or parts of any bill or provisions discussed or not discussed shall be put for voting. So, whether it is discussed or not discussed, it shall be put for voting. The reason why Guliton is in news is because we hardly see 2 or 3 demand for grants which has been discussed and the rest of the demand for grants have been voted without discussion. So that's the reason why Guillotine closure motion. This brings an end to the discussion of voting of grants, and finally it is also voted. It brings an end to the discussion and debate on demand for grants. Guillotine closure motion. So Guillotine closure motion is a motion that is irrespective of whether a provision of a bill, discussed or otherwise, shall be provided for voting. So that means it brings an end to the debate here. Clear? So this we speak with respect to the demand for grants. So these are the types of motion, right? And constantly what is in news, I hope all of you have made a note of this, right? Clear? Constantly what has been news is the motion of thanks. So what is a motion of thanks? As you all know that the President's addressal. Yesterday you asked this question. After the discussion, after the President's addressal, a joint sitting, he addresses the session about the programs of the government, correct? Then after that, both the houses, that is Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha, they will start discussing about them, and finally there will be vote on the motion of thanks. So that is the provisions which was presented by the President shall be discussed, because now this is one of the main feature, which means that is the reason why the President shall not omit any speech. This brings the logic that the President shall read all the speech which is provided by the government here. He cannot omit any part of it. The reason is because if he omits, it's like omitting the government's programs and the initiatives, which again affects none other than the constitutional provisions of the Parliament again. So therefore, the motion of thanks is one of the substantive motion which brings the discussion on the presidential speech to an end, and it has to be voted. Why it has to be voted is normally all substantive motions like this have to be voted. What happens if in voting the government loses? Again, no question of no confidence motion, directly going into dissolution. So this is the impact of motion of thanks. This is the impact of motion of thanks, right? Got it, everybody? Right? So these are some of the important motions which you have to remember. Then, apart from this, in the regular proceedings of the Parliament, we would have heard a lot of things. Yes. What is it? Rajya Sabha? Even Rajya Sabha also, see, in Rajya Sabha also they'll discuss this. But then at the end of the day, they are collectively responsible in case of Lok Sabha. So they are removed. They have to discuss. Even they also have to discuss. And voting also takes place in Rajya Sabha. It's a very good question. But then what happens is the collective responsibility. And it always happens in case of Lok Sabha. It always happens in the case of Lok Sabha. So Lok Sabha is given the weightage. Right? Alright, now moving ahead, there are certain things which have been in news, right, in the parliamentary proceedings. First one is called attention motion. Then censure motion, done on the rural development ministry. And after that it is, you have the other provisions related to privilege motion. Then adjournment motion we have already discussed. And we have some problems on question hour as well, because the government chose to omit the question hour in the parliament. So these were certain things which were in news. So mind you, okay, I'll also write 0 hour here because I've written question hour. Adjournment motion, 0 hour, call attention motion, they all have a single agenda, and that is to discuss matters of urgent public importance. All of these three. Apart from that, half an hour discussion, then short notice. All of these are again to discuss matters of urgent public importance. But what are the differences? Differences are extremely important. 0 hour is informal. It is informal. It does not have any provision in the rules. 0 hour. Okay? It's informal. Normally, what precedes 0 hour? Question hour. So it means that the gap what you have between the break to that of the question hour is 0 hour. Every single day you have the 0 hour. This is the only invention of India, of the Indian Parliament. Because without 0, nothing can happen, right? So we are the ones who did that. So 0 hour. So to discuss matters of urgent public importance every single day, informal. So what it does, it makes sure it provides the rationality of having a parliament. Okay? Rationality of having a parliament. Normally, this is informal. What is informal? 0 hour. Call attention motion, adjournment motion, they have a rules of procedure in case of the parliament. Both of them have the rule of procedure in case of the parliament. Now, what is the difference? This has a limitation of 2.5 hours. Which one? Adjournment motion. Call attention motion does not have any limitation, but this is not on the entire government. This is only on a particular minister. It is calling an attention of a minister on an urgent public importance. I repeat, it's calling an attention of a minister, a responsible minister, where the public importance has to be taken into consideration. Or let's say that there is a ministry, and there is a subject matter which has been a growing concern in India, and something needs to be done with respect to it. The opposition leaders or opposition political parties might initiate the call attention motion to ask the respective minister to attend and make sure that he takes an action against this. This also pressurizes him to form a public policy associated with it. So that is where the difference. Again, call attention motion, rules of procedure, particular minister, it is calling an attention of a particular minister to address the matters of urgent public importance. Adjournment motion collectively on the government. In adjournment motion, normally what happens is, you will have 50 members approval for initiating adjournment motion, and then it will discuss matters of urgent public importance. It will also specify certain modus operandi with respect to why they have brought in the matters of urgent public importance. So adjournment motion also has its place in the rules of procedure. Okay. Well, in terms of censure motion, what is a censure motion? Now let's try to understand. Censure motion is on a particular minister or also on the entire government. Why it is a censure? It is to scrutiny a particular ministry or a minister's work associated with a ministry. It scrutinizes a minister or a ministry or a department associated, with something, which has been a growing concern. So this can also happen on the entire government. Censure motion can be on a single minister or also on an entire government. But in case of no confidence motion, this is always on the entire government. This can be on a single minister or on the entire government. On a minister or the whole of government. So why it is censure? It scrutinizes. It means that he has failed to deliver his services. That is why the scrutiny is. Now, what if he fails to do it? If it is proved that the minister has not done it, does it remove this minister? Definitely no. So after the censure motion, even though there is voting doesn't mean that the person who is involved here shall be removed, or you will not have the voting against the government here. In the censure motion, you will not have the voting against the government, even though like any other motions, if the motion is voted to take an action against the minister, that doesn't mean that they will lose their majority or they will have to dissolve the House of Lok Sabha. But then if you see the no confidence motion, in the case of no confidence motion, you normally see that it results in dissolution of Lok Sabha. That's the difference with respect to censure motion. Okay, next. Privilege motion. Talking about privileges in the parliament, the members of parliament, they enjoy two types of privileges. The privileges which are individual, the privileges which are collective. Individual privileges include right to speak, right to witness, that is right to, refrain from being a witness whenever there is a session in the parliament, and right to protect themselves from any arrest. This is applicable only in the case of civil, not in criminal cases. 40 days before the session, 40 days after the session. All of these, and they have the right to speak against any authority within the parliament. And whatever they speak within the four walls of the parliament cannot be used to file a case against them. That cannot be questioned in the court of law. Okay, so these are some of the important, privileges which they enjoy. The other privileges collectively which they enjoy is right to publish together, right? And right to make sure that they have contempt of parliament. If anybody tries to go against the publications of the parliament, tries to go to the contrary to the provisions of the parliament, it results to contempt of the parliament, right? So all of that is the collective privileges. Breach of privilege can be initiated against any member of parliament, supposing if he has presented some distorted facts. He has presented any distorted facts. Supposing a member of parliament has used or misused something, right? Or if the member of parliament has taken his privilege for his own advantage. In all of this results in initiating privilege motion against a member of parliament. Admissibility of the privilege motion is under the Speaker of the House, okay, or the chairman in the case of Rajya Sabha. So once it is admissible, then after that there will be a disciplinary action taken against the member of parliament. Maybe the disciplinary action might be asking them to taken off of their pecuniary benefits or something like that as well, what the parliament decides. He has to oblige to whatever the parliament decides, especially whatever the speaker decides according to the rules here. So that's about the privilege motion. Next, yeah. Sorry? It is. Privilege motion, yes. Question R is also not there. Now, talking about the question R, there are three types of questions. Okay, the first is starred, unstarred, and the last one is short notice questions. So, starred questions, oral answer. Unstarred question, written answer. Short notice, a notice of 10 days, oral answer. A notice well in advance. So that is about the questionnaire. Why questions need to be asked? If you see, which I did not mention in yesterday's class about the President is a cause to lay a lot of reports. For example, the Finance Commission reports. If at all, if the government of India has not followed the reports of the Finance Commission, it is imperative on the part of the government to explain before the Parliament of India the reasons why they have not implemented them. They have to tell it, they have to inform that before the Parliament of India. Why they have not implemented the provisions given by the Finance Commission. And the reasons shall be taken a note by the Parliament of India. So therefore, you can see that this is a part of ministerial responsibility to that of the Parliament. The moment why they are not doing it, they are supposed to answer this. Right? The minister are supposed to answer it. So this is the idea of having a questionnaire. So that the parliamentary system of democracy has one important feature, that's executive's responsibility to the parliament. That's legislature. Now, what is that executive's responsibility? Now, this is how you would see the executive responsibility. Accountability to the parliament. So, you could see all of that accountability being seen, through their answers in the questionnaire. Supposing if the answer is distorted facts, it might result to privilege motion. Reason why I'm saying is in 2019, there's a case against Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi. That's on the Rafale deal. So the opposition leaders and the opposition political parties, they initiated privilege motion against the Prime Minister. And they were not happy about his answer on the Rafale deal. So that is why privilege motion was in news. Privilege motion was initiated by Smriti Irani against Rahul Gandhi last year when he was a member of parliament. So you could see that it can be initiated by any member of parliament, not necessarily that the opposition party on the ruling party. Any MP against any MP. But that is, he has done some, breach of privileges. So that is the idea behind it. All right. So these are the other things with respect to some of the motion. Half an hour discussion, right? As the name itself suggests, half an hour. There is short notice discussions as well. And both of them discuss matters of urgent public importance. Now, if the time is not enough, right? What the speaker can do is, the speaker can provide a provision of short, notice discussions related to matters of urgent public importance and half an hour discussions, right? So, it is the speaker or the chairman who can provide the provisions with respect to it. Clear? So, these are some of the motions of the parliament, which we have to remember. So, we have completed almost everything with respect to the parliament. Now, one last thing on the parliament is parliamentary control over public expenditure. So, what is the process of budget? Presentation, then after that is discussion, which is general discussion. Next, you have an adjournment. Simultaneously, departmental standing committees making a report. Then, demand for grants, discussion and voting. Number 5 is Appropriation Act. First is Appropriation Bill, then that is after that Appropriation Act, then the Finance Bill. These are the stages in the case of the budget. Well, please do remember them because you can ask this in chronology. Every single year we normally see it. So during the time of election, we call it as interim budget. So you will have 2 budgets there. So why it is for a shorter duration of time. Since you have 2 budgets there, it is called as interim budget. Normally interim budget will happen. There is also a convention which is followed in the parliament. The interim budget will happen if the election is scheduled in the first half of the year. Right? And one more thing is, that is a time where you always have to remember about vote of account. What is vote on account? That the the financial year of India starts in the month of April and ends in the month of March 31st, April 1st to that of March 31st. So the budget gets concluded in the month of May, right? So the government requires 2 months of finance to run the administration in the nation. So therefore, in order to make sure that they get this, the Parliament of India provides them with vote on account. Vote on account is nothing but a portion of budget. How much is it? It's 12/2. It is 1/6 of the expenditure. Why it is 12/2? It is for the entire year. So for only 2 months, 2 months of that entire 12 months is to be allocated to the government to meet its expenditure for 2 months. So 1/6 of expenditure is given to them well in advance, right? So that's called as vote on account. There are a lot of changes which was brought by the present government compared to that of the previous government. Present government brought in a change that instead of last working day of February, it was advanced to that of February first week, especially the first working day of February. And from 2017 onwards, the government also made sure that the budget was amalgamated into a single budget. Way back in 1920s, budget in India was divided into 2 budgets. That was general budget, the other one is the railway budget, based on a committee recommendation called as Acworth Committee recommendations. Acworth Committee was the one which was responsible for doing it. But then the relevance was not to be seen is because there were other ministries and departments which were having more money. You know, for example, Rural Development Ministry, that itself was getting more than around 6 lakh of crores. Agriculture Ministry was getting somewhere around 4 lakh of crores. If you see, railway budget, sometimes it was less than 2 lakh of crore. So the logic was, you know, it was quite illogical to understand that why there was a separate budget to railways. So the government did a better thing of amalgamation of these 2 budgets into a single budget, right? So that's where you will find a general budget from 2017 onwards. There is no 2 budgets. So in the budget, the first one is presentation. Now, who presents the budget? Now, this question was asked in UPSC Civil Services 2021. The president is the cause to lay the annual financial statement, but he can authorize that to the finance minister. He can authorize that to the finance minister. So the finance minister, therefore, is presenting the budget. He is a cause to lay. So the constitution states he is a cause to lay. He can also appoint any suitable member there who is responsible for presenting the budget, since he is also one of the most important constitutional head and he is also the union executive. Being a union executive, he makes sure that the finance minister is responsible for presentation of budget. On the day of presentation, there shall not be any discussion. The second step after that would be the discussion of budget. This discussion of budget is nothing but the general discussion. It will be on the general economic framework of India. That's why it is called as the discussion of the budget. After the discussion, there will be a short period of break. There is an adjournment after this. So there is an adjournment after the discussion of the budget, general discussion of the budget. And in this adjournment, the departmental standing committees, how many departmental standing committees are there? 20? 24. What is their composition? What is their composition? 31. 21 from Lok Sabha, 10 from Rajya Sabha. Okay. So these departmental standing committees are responsible to make reports on the demand for grants, which will be asked or which shall be asked by the ministers. So you will have different departmental standing committees. All of these departmental standing committees are nominated for one single year. And these departmental standing committees make sure that they take the provisions of the budget into consideration. They make a report of it so that it helps in scrutinizing the demand for grants. After the stipulated number of days, once they come back, then that is where the discussion of demand for grants happen. Now, the government is very clever here. Only 3 to 4 demand for grants would be discussed, not everything. So, during that time, when the opposition political parties raises objection, during that time, the departmental standing committees can scrutiny the ministers on the financial dispersal, on the amount which they are asking, right? So, finally, this gets ended through a process of Guliton, which we have already discussed. Guliton makes sure on the day. So, who is responsible for organizing Guliton? There is a committee called as Business Advisory Committee. Rules Committee and Business Advisory Committees always work very close to that of the Speaker and the Chairman respectively. The Business Advisory Committee is the one which is responsible for organizing Guliton. It's responsible for it. Right? After this is done, then it will be an appropriation bill. So, an appropriation act. So, that is all demand for grants discussed or not discussed. After it is being voted, it comes across as appropriation, right? And once the appropriation bill is passed, right, and then it becomes the voting of all the expenditure which is needed for the government. Now, once this is done, the next process would be the finance bill. And we have already discussed with respect to finance bill. So, this is the process of the budget, and budget here, money bill, and also the finance bill. Okay, clear. Next. Committees of the Parliament. Under this, please do know about, because I will not take all committees, I'll just name some of the committees. Please do read about them. Find it in the website which I have told you. So, that is on Rules Committee. And then Committee on Subordinate Legislation. Business Advisory Committee. Nothing much which you should know about departmental standing committees. Only know that it has 31 members, 21 Lok Sabha, 10 Rajya Sabha. And then this is a committee which is responsible for preparing reports on the budget, to scrutinize the ministry. They work for 1 year. They work for 1 year. These are the important points for departmental standing committees. But find out on these committees. All of these committees are constantly in news every single day whenever there is a session in the Parliament. But this time it is Committee on Subordinate Legislation, is because again they continued the CAA, right? They took the permission and then it was considered through the Committee of Subordinate Legislation. So that's the reason. So make sure that you make a note of all of these three. Just find out. Well, on the financial committees, we will discuss only about the financial committees now. The first one are the Estimates Committee. So what do you mean by Estimates Committee? So first of all, this is the largest committee in the Parliament. Once it was asked, 30 members, comprises only of Lok Sabha. Okay. So all of them, irrespective of whether they are from the ruling party or the opposition party, they can be elected here. And all of them are elected based on the proportional representation system. Single transferable vote. Most importantly, this should never have a minister, no minister. If at all, if a minister is trying to become a member of Estimates Committee, then he has to give up the ministry. They will not, definitely. Alright, so Estimates Committee, 30 members, largest committee in the Parliament. it is the largest committee in the parliament. And then in case of, now it is a departmental standing committee. So the option says departmental standing committees. The option goes to departmental standing committees. Okay, because 31 members. This is 30 members. And it comprises completely of Lok Sabha members. So it is proportional representation system, single transferable vote, no minister. If the speaker or the chairman is a part of this committee, they become the chairman of this committee. As simple as that. What are the functions of this committee? The first function is to look into efficiency and economy of expenditure and revenue. Then scrutiny on reports of financial initiatives, which are the estimates provided by the budget. Number 3, upholds transparency and financial accountability. Suggests measures for improving financial allocation with respect to estimates. So all of these 4 are the functions of estimates committee. So 30 members, only Lok Sabha members. I repeat, Lok Sabha members. So if at all, if you get a question, this will be the easiest question. Okay. Well, next. After this, it will be Public Accounts Committee. Now, till the year 1969, first of all, the Public Accounts Committee has a genesis of British 1921. So, this was based on Montagu-Chelmsford reforms. Even during that time, it resulted in the formation of the Public Accounts Committee because of Central Imperial Legislature. We saw that as a bicameral legislature, as you all know. So, 1921, that's where it was the oldest committee in the parliament. Which is the oldest committee in the parliament? It's the Public Accounts Committee. That's the oldest committee in the parliament. So, till 1969, this was a committee which had the ruling party member as the chairperson. But from 1969 onwards, it is the opposition leader. From 1969 onwards, opposition leader. So, till 1969, you had the ruling party members, a part of chairperson of this committee. Again, I have taken this point from the same PDFs, which I have told you in today's class. Okay. So, Public Accounts Committee comprises of 15 members from Lok Sabha, 7 members from Rajya Sabha, and then totally it is 22 members. Once there was a question which was asked on Public Accounts Committee that the committee can be increased from 22 to 24. No. All of these are mentioned in the rules of the parliament. You cannot increase it however you want to. No, you can't. Right? So, it is 22. Maximum is 22. It is not beyond that. Well, what are the functions? See, the appointment is the same thing. The ministers cannot be a part of this. No minister. But can be a ruling party member? Yes, there can be a ruling party member. Why not? Ruling party member can also be in a financial committees. There are only 3 financial committees. This is one among them. Okay, clear? Right? Now, next. So, the functions, it works like eyes, ear and tongue of C and AG. Because it scrutinizes the report of C and AG. Right? So it makes a report, a special report or a separate report after the report of C&AG, Comptroller and Auditor General. So it makes a separate report after the report of C&AG. Next, number 3, it upholds financial transparency and accountability. Which among the following are the functions of Public Accounts Committee? So there can be a question, or you will have 3 statements. Which among the above are the functions of the Public Accounts Committee? So please do understand. So it is a committee which is responsible to work after the audit report which is made by the Comptroller and Auditor General. Okay. So this always works after the report of Comptroller and Auditor General. Next, last but not the least, it is Public Sector Undertaking Committee. Same membership. So it is 22. Same type of appointment as that of estimates, as that of Public Accounts Committee. The same thing holds good with Public Sector Undertaking. So there are 22, 15 from Lok Sabha, 7 from Rajya Sabha, and of course no minister here. So there cannot be any minister here. And what are the functions? To assess the position of PSUs in India, suggest reforms and scrutiny the working of large-scale public enterprises, LSP. Then it upholds financial transparency and accountability. So all of these are the functions of financial committees. This is in particular Public Sector Undertaking Committee. So it reviews the situation of large-scale public sector undertakings, especially by the government of India, as you all know, because we are in the era of disinvestment, right? So that is about the committees in the parliament. Now, joint committees are those committees which comprises of both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, done on a special basis. Joint committees are those committees which are constituted from both members of Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha on special basis. So it works on a temporary basis. Okay. So it is ad hoc in nature. It is also ad hoc in nature. Example, Joint Committee on 2G scam. Right? This was the old committee. So this is done to find out the financial anomaly done by a minister or a group of minister. It probes into it. If the members of the parliament are not, happy about some of the reports made by the other committees, they make sure that they press for the joint committee. Okay. Next, ad hoc committees are the same committees which work in a temporary basis. They work on a temporary basis. Now, why it is temporary basis? It is because once they finish their function, they cease to exist. So the members there, they will not have a fixed of 1 year, right? So they are nominated for some purpose or appointed for some purpose. All of that comes across as the discretion of the speaker in Lok Sabha, or it is a discretion of chairman in case of Rajya Sabha. Fine. So this is about the parliament, the union legislature. So I forgot to mention one point there, that was on the cut motions. Okay. So in terms of cut motions, there are 3 cut motions. Which are they? Policy cut. Second one is economy cut. The third one is token cut. Policy cut, remember the name itself suggests. It is a disapproval of policy. Now, in most of the textbooks, they have given that it is a reduction of rupees 100. Literally, does it happen? It doesn't make any sense. Literally, it doesn't happen. The idea behind it is to disapprove a policy, right? It can suggest an alternative policy. That is why the policy cut motion. That's the reason behind it. The next one is an economy cut. That is a portion of economy. That is, it affects a portion of economy. Some procedure which is used in the budget affects some portion of economy. So therefore, it suggests that the number is reduced to some specified amount. The amount is reduced to some specified amount. So that is what they say in case of economy cut. Last, token cut. It is on a specific grievance, right? And that specific grievance, and therefore, it is a reduction of the policy by rupees 1. Generally, when you reduce a policy with rupees 1, it doesn't make any sense. But then, the idea behind it is to make sure that it provides a very clear idea that has a discrepancy with on certain grievances. There's a discrepancy with some policy which has been initiated in the budget. These are the understanding of the cut motions. So cut motions, again I repeat, so it is policy cut, economy cut and the token cut. Policy, as the name itself suggests, disapproval of policy, you can suggest an alternative policy. Normally, if this is approved, it means that it is defeat to the government. So generally it will not happen. If it is approved, it means that it is a defeat to the government. So therefore, generally it doesn't happen. But then this is a provision which is provided to them. Supposing, what if it's a policy which affects, which creates some kind of problems in the society, or it is a specific policy which is affecting the financial initiatives of India, or it threatens the financial or the treasury. It takes away most of the expenditure there, right? So therefore, they might suggest some alternative policy with respect to it. Economy cut, as the name itself suggests, it affects a portion of economy, so therefore reduce it to some specified amount. Last but not the least is a token cut, where there is a specific grievance with respect to the policy. So grievance is on reservation on some features in the budget. So this is about the 3 types of cut motion. So in reality, it will not happen. The reason I have already told you. Okay. So this is about the union legislature in detail. Okay. Since we have already discussed union executive, I'll finish the governor fast. The governor, chief minister and the council of ministers, so that before we break for lunch, so one of the topic would be covered. Okay. So state executive. So it is the governor. Normally we say the governor to wear 2 caps. So he's like wearing 2 caps. What are the 2 caps here? One cap is as the state head. That is, he is a constitutional head. The other one is an agent of the center. Okay. So the other one is the agent of the center. So when we say constitutional head, that is when he gets executive, legislative, and to an extent judicial powers. Now, in fact, the judicial powers are nothing but the executive powers in itself. So, in executive powers, so before we understand this, you should understand the 7th Constitutional Amendment Act, which says that same person can be a governor of 2 states, right? So, same person can be a governor of 2 states. That's given by the 7th Constitutional Amendment. Governor normally to a state who is appointed by the president based on the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers headed by the PM is from a state who is not actively participating in politics of that state. So he doesn't have any active participation in that state. So those kind of person would be appointed as the governor. The convention is, before the governor has to be appointed by the president, he has to take the opinion or inform the chief minister. That will never happen. So one of the bone of contention, which was controversial in nature, is the politicization of the governor. But before that, let's try to understand one of the point which I have mentioned here. The governor holds his office during the pleasure of the president. This is very, very important, is because this defines the tenure of the governor also. So, does the governor enjoy 5 years of tenure? Not exactly. Though it is said that the governor, will be given 5 years of tenures, but then it is dependent on the pleasure of the president. Here, the pleasure of the president should be understood as pleasure of the prime minister. But in the statement, if it says the governor holds his office during the pleasure of the prime minister, the statement is wrong. But the interpretation is, because the president is obliged by the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers headed by the Prime Minister. So it so happened during the case of, many governors, when Congress party got to know that in 2013, that they will lose the election in 2014, that's when they changed a lot of governors, right? And once they are appointed, they felt that they will enjoy the tenure. But immediately once the other government got appointed, that is, the other government came to power, that's the Narendra Modi's government, they made sure that they changed the governor. So they challenged this to the Supreme Court of India. The Supreme Court gave a very clear verdict saying that they hold their office during the pleasure of the president. The pleasure of the president should be understood as pleasure of the prime minister. So therefore, they do not enjoy a security of tenure. So they can be changed by the president whenever he feels like. So this is important. So you have to know this. Next. So in terms of the executive powers, he is responsible for, and before we go to the executive powers, the governor enjoys discretionary power. Governor power is discretionary in nature. Before we go ahead and understand the other discretionary power, one of the most important power which you have to understand is not completely bound by the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers. Not bound by the aid and advice of Council of Ministers headed by the CM, unlike that of President. So that's the comparison. So you have to remember, in this way, the governor is powerful. Example, many a case, So if there is a different government other than the government and the central government, right? So the central government makes sure that they appoint all of these governors to control those governments which is from the opposition political parties. So if the opposition political parties make sure that if they are into some appointments, if the CM brings in some appointments, the governor might ask for clarification. He might reject it, right? Because he is not bound by the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers headed by the Chief Minister, which is important for us. So now talking about his executive power, he appoints Chief Minister from the leader of the political party, which has commanded the majority. Based on his recommendations, appoints the Council of Ministers. It's the same thing what we have already discussed with respect to the President. Next, second one, he appoints the other constitutional heads, including Advocate General. Then he is responsible for appointing district court judges. Not the High Court and the Supreme Court judges. But in case of the appointment of High Court, governor plays a role, and it is called as participative consultative process. So I will come to that a bit later. Let's not take that into consideration right now. Then he is a chancellor of all universities. He enjoys special discretionary power with respect to the 6th schedule of the Indian Constitution in case of scheduled areas where some of the ministers and the administrators who are appointed here, including the tribal affairs minister, that shall be under the discretion of the governor. Alright. So he makes sure that he appoints administrators in case of those areas which are declared as scheduled areas. Apart from that, the governor is also responsible for appointing special officers of the state. The special officers of the state include SC, ST, OBC or any other special officers with the state of concern. And then he is also responsible for the appointment of the state commissions, if it is provided by the legislation. So these are the executive powers of the governor. Next, talking about the legislative power. What are the legislative powers of the governor? He enjoys the same thing as that of the president: prorogue, summon, and also dissolve. Prorogue, summon and dissolve the house. So he enjoys it. Then he is responsible for making ordinances. Same thing as that of the president. So the ordinances will have 6 months of 6 weeks of time period. Okay. And it is based on, but then these ordinances are based on the aid and advice of Council of Ministers headed by the CM. Here, you should understand that he cannot go against the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers while promulgating ordinances. Okay. Next, he might ask for the clarification though. Next, fifth one, he is responsible for nomination. Nomination in case of state legislative council. So, if it is a bicameral legislature, he is responsible for nomination in state legislature council from amongst those people who have special knowledge in literature, science, arts, social service and cooperative movement, cooperative society in particular. So that's where you find it. So then he is responsible for using veto powers to the bill. More than that, Article 200 and Article 201 is extremely important with respect to his legislative powers. Article 200 says that once a bill is passed to the governor, he can assent the bill, withhold his assent, reserve the bill for the consideration of the president. So the reservation of a bill by the governor to the president is given under Article 201, which is extremely important. This is where the president uses absolute veto power, which we have already discussed. On this context, he uses the absolute veto power. So what is 201? Reservation of bill by the president to that of, reservation of bill by the governor to the president. Now, you have to understand here that once the governor reserves the bill for the consideration of the president, the communication happens between the state legislative assembly to that of the president, or the state legislature to that of the president. The governor in no way gets involved. Right? So that's on Article 201. So reservation provided by the governor in the consideration for the consideration of the president. Well, so that's about his legislative powers. Talking about his pardoning powers covered under Article 162. So in his pardoning powers, so he enjoys the same thing, that is pardon, reprieve, respite, remission and commutation. So, well, in these cases, you should understand the difference, which we have already understood. And then the pardoning cannot happen in death sentence. He can only commute it. And he exercises his power with respect to violation of state list and concurrent list. Okay, so that's about the governor. Chief Minister has the same role as that of the Prime Minister. I forgot to mention about the Prime Minister in yesterday's class. So, but then we discussed about the role of Prime Minister with the Council of Ministers and the President. So the Prime Minister and the Chief Minister does not have any qualifications in the Constitution of India, as you all know. So there is one grey point here. Can a person who is less than 25 years of age become a Chief Minister or a Prime Minister without being elected, is a question mark. Because the Constitution says that any person can become a minister, right, without being elected. But then he can continue only for 6 months. If he has to continue beyond 6 months, then he should be compulsorily elected, right? Now the question here is, can a person less than 25 years of age? Even I don't know the answer. It looks like yes. The Constitution doesn't have any answer for this. It looks like yes. There is no mention about this. So it opens up to the interpretation of the Supreme Court. Right? In these cases, you cannot definitely say that a person who is of 18 years will become a Prime Minister. You cannot say that. Right? Though it is absent. But then, what is the law, which we have studied, the Constitution? It says 25 years. What is the minimum age to stand for an election? 21. That's in the municipalities and also in the local bodies, the panchayats. So, however, in this case, it opens up on the interpretation of the court. For time being, we can understand that he can stand, but then if there is an argument which says that it is for 25 years, then even that argument becomes valid. But since there is no qualification for the ministers and the Prime Minister, this is where the challenge comes into. Alright. So anyway, so talking about the Chief Minister, he is responsible for, he is the head of the cabinet, rejigs the portfolio, allocates the portfolio. He is a captain of the ship. So therefore, on his recommendation, all the ministers are appointed by the governor. The governor makes sure it's the same relationship between the governor and the Chief Minister as we discussed in the case of President and the Prime Minister. I repeat it. So the governor only changes discretionary power to the governor. So that's the first point. The second point is, you should understand that all of them, the Council of Ministers, hold their office during the pleasure of the governor here. In the case of the center, it is a president, right? And all of these Council of Ministers are collectively responsible to State Legislative Assembly. There it is Lok Sabha. Even if it is State Legislature, it is State Legislative Assembly, okay? And then you should also understand the rules making, right? The transaction of business rules and allocation of it. The power of that would be provided by the governor to the ministers, based on which they make rules with respect to their ministries and departments. Their disbursal of their discharge of responsibilities is derived from the fact that the rules is provided from the governor to them. So that we had discussed in Article 77 in the Council of Ministers and his relationship with the President. Well, last but not the least, the Chief Minister is supposed to communicate on all information about the state to the governor, right? He can seek that information or voluntarily he can give the information. In a case, if an individual council, that is individual minister, has undertaken a decision not considered by the council, in those cases, the governor can ask the Chief Minister to consider those decisions. Now, as I told you, that this will not work in reality is because this creates a rift between the governor and the Chief Minister. Sorry, the governor and the Council of Ministers. Ultimately, the Chief Minister might ask the Council of Ministers to resign, right? All of these are parts of the relationship between the Council of Ministers to that of the Chief Minister. So that is all you have it with respect to the state executive. One more thing here in the state executive, similar on the lines of Attorney General, is the Advocate General, right? So Advocate General, who is an Advocate General? Advocate General is a law officer of the state. He is responsible to represent the state in all cases, even in the High Court and also in the Supreme Court, right? He is responsible for all cases. And Advocate General is not the full-time servant. is not a full-time government servant. He doesn't work completely there. So therefore, he is entitled for a remuneration as decided by the governor. So the governor is the one who is responsible for appointment here. Okay. So these are some of the important points associated with Advocate General. So that finishes state executive. Next is we discussed state legislature, right? And after breaking to lunch, now we'll go to lunch, 2:45. So we'll reassemble, and then after that immediately we'll go to judiciary, right? So we'll try to finish maximum today. I hope that you people are following with me. I know that it is extremely difficult. I'm trying my level best, right? If it is easy, it is like if you have already done a revision, it'll be easy for you. All right? Yeah. Okay. So the next is state legislature. So in some states, it's bicameral. In the other maximum of the states, it's unicameral. So in state legislature, there are few states which are bicameral. How many states are there? 6 states are there. Please do remember that West Bengal is trying its level best to get a bicameral legislature. So which are these 6 states which has bicameral legislature? Karnataka, Telangana, then you have Maharashtra, Bihar, right? So these are the states which has bicameral legislature. Now let's talk about the state legislative council, because in case of bicameral legislature, state legislative council plus state legislative assembly, we find both of it. The first one is the procedure for abolition or creation of a state legislative council. So this was in news even in Andhra Pradesh, because they wanted to abolish. Later they got back. Then it was in news is because of the creation of new legislative council on West Bengal. So these are the reasons. So abolition or creation is given by Article 169 of the Constitution. The initiation is always by the state legislative assembly. The state legislative assembly has to initiate it, but the final call will be always done by the Parliament of India. So the moment we say the state legislative assembly, it has to pass this through a majority, which is 2/3 majority of present and voting. There shall be a resolution, a bill which has to be passed in the state legislative assembly related to it. Now the question is, what if it is abolition? And should this be passed even in the state legislature council then? Now, it doesn't mean that the state legislature council has its say. It's the question. But the Constitution, I hope all of you are understanding this point. See, my question is, so there is a state legislature council. It needs to be abolished. Now, the state legislature assembly has already brought the bill, resolution, and then it has ratified this through a special majority, that is 2/3 majority of present and voting. Now, this has to go to the state legislature council or not is the next question. The Constitution very clearly mentions that it is a power of state legislature assembly. Therefore, the state legislature council's opinion is not to be taken into consideration. Therefore, immediately after this goes to the Parliament of India. The Parliament shall agree this through a bill which can be passed with a simple majority, which has to be passed with a simple majority, that is half of present and voting, more than half of present and voting. This is the procedure for abolition or creation of a state legislature council. Please do understand. So according to the Constitution, the power of creation of a state legislature council or abolition of a state legislature council, though it is with the Parliament, the initiative has to be 100% taken by the state legislature assembly concerned. Now the next question is, Why is that the state legislature needs bicameral legislature? Why it is bicameral? The answers are, number one, it provides a reasonable checks and balance. Okay? But then it is not complete. Number two, it provides an opportunity for all of those specialized knowledge or eminent personalities and their participation in the procedure of making an act, that is, initiating a bill. Number three, it acts like a body of secondary opinion. It acts like a body of secondary opinion. Number four, it provides an opportunity for all of those who cannot stand and win in the state legislative assembly, which is like a popular vote, because ours is the first past post system. The negatives of bicameral legislature is it is time consuming. Number two, it is waste of energy and time. Number three, it provides a delay in giving an assent to the bill. So all of these are the disadvantages with respect to the existence of state legislative council. So it is therefore the Constitution of India has given this power to the state legislative assembly concerned, so that it can take a call with respect to creation of a state legislative council or abolition of a state legislative council. So this is number one. Next, talking about the powers here, before we start about the powers. So let's try to understand their composition. The Constitution states that the state legislative council shall not exceed 1/3 of the strength of the state legislative assembly. So normally the strength of the state legislative council shall be less than 1/3 of the total strength of the state legislative assembly. State legislative council strength should be within that. You can take an example of any state. And then the state legislative council shall always have a minimum of 40 seats. But needless to mention, it is not applicable for smaller states. It is not applicable for smaller states. So if you find there are some smaller states and if it has more than that, the total composition is just 40, so you should understand that it is not applicable for the smaller states. So next is about their functions or composition. The state legislative council comprises of 1/3 of them who are appointed from the state legislative assembly, that is elected from the state legislative assembly. That is, the state legislative assembly decides 1/3 of the seats given in the state legislative council. That is how you should understand. So the state legislative assembly themselves will not send one there. No, it is not like that. State legislative assembly shall participate as an elector in appointing 1/3 of the seats in the state legislative council. The next 1/3 of them would be from the district boards. You can see a kind of British legacy here. It is an indirect election, as you all see, that even in 1861, 1892, we saw that there was indirect elections which was being mentioned, especially in 1892. It was an indirect election from the municipalities and the district boards, as you all know. Similarly, here, 1/3 of them, it is from the district boards. 1/12 are from graduates constituency. Now, here the graduates constituency is provided the person as, graduated in the same state and he is residing in the state for at least of 3 years. That is what is being clearly mentioned with respect to the composition. Next 1/12 is from the teachers constituency. And here it should be secondary school and above. It is not the primary school teacher, it is secondary school teacher and above, and should have resided in the state for a minimum of 3 years and shall be in a profession of teaching. Okay? Irrespective of whether it is government or private. So even I voted for it. So in case of teachers constituency. And in case of voting here, it is a ballot paper. Okay, the voting here is ballot paper. We were given I was given a pink ballot paper, and there were like 7 of them who stood for the election. And we are allowed to give the preference. So it is the first preferential vote, similar to that of the president. It based on the preferences. How does a preference happen? It is from alphabets, not like Roman or the normal number. So it is from A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, like that, depending on the number of candidates who have stood for the election. So this is what you have to remember. So if at all, if they are electing, it is again through a ballot paper, and the ballot paper is based on the first preferential votes, especially in case of teachers' constituency. Same thing holds good in the case of graduates' constituency. So the last 1/6, that is done by the governor, nominated by the governor from literature, science, arts and social service. Along with that, it is cooperative movement. So this is a composition in case of the state legislative council. Now, let's move ahead with their functions. What are the functions? Number 1, it can initiate a bill. Important. It can initiate a bill. Okay. So whether the bill survives or not, that's the secondary question. But then they can initiate a bill. But ultimately, the bills, whether the bill would become an act, it all depends on the state legislative assembly. Okay. Number 2, it acts like a reasonable check and balance on bills initiated by state legislative assembly, wherein there are 2 journeys to a bill. In the first journey, they can withhold the bill for a maximum of 3 months. In the second journey, they can withhold the bill for a maximum of 1 month. Put together, they can withhold a bill for a maximum of 4 months. This is where they act like a check and balance on a bill. This also works like as a point which goes not in favor of having a state legislative council, because it results in unnecessary delay in the formulation of a bill. What if the state legislative council has members from the opposition party, if the opposition party leaders are more? This is one of the main reasons why YSR, Jagan, he wanted to make sure that he removed this state legislature council, because it was TDP's domination in case of TDP had more number of members in state legislature council. But then the entire process is not simple. Abolition or creation, it's a lengthy procedure. It takes minimum of 6 months to 1 year. So later, Andhra Pradesh made sure that it will not take that into consideration. So they have left the abolition of legislature council. What happens in the next election? Supposing if they get the majority, then what will happen, right? So therefore, it is, you have to understand that this works both in the favor of the state legislative assembly and also not in favor of state legislature council, right? And you can also see in the perspective of the parliament, and that is the parliamentary system of democracy, that this is where the accountability can be seen. What if really the state legislative assembly is initiated a bill which is against the context of the society in the state? What if it does not protect the interest of the society in the state? In that case, it is valid, or we can support to an extent that the state legislature council is right. But if it is otherwise, then it again supports that the state legislature council are those bodies which are bringing restraint in making a law, thereby also affecting the society. It can go in either ways, right? Number 3, it has eminent personalities. The presence of eminent personalities had made sure that does increase the technical competence of bills initiated by them. So it represents eminent personalities, especially those people who have, you have teachers there, you have graduates, also you have literature, science, arts and social service, right? Sometimes it also questions whether Parliament should have had this, all right? Anyway, so these are some of the functions of State Legislature Council. You need not have to remember anything other than this, okay? Next, coming to the State Legislature Assembly. The State Legislature Assembly, in case of India, can have a maximum strength of 500, minimum strength of 60. There are few states which has less than 60, but you have to assume that these states are smaller states. So therefore, this is not applicable to the smaller states. Okay. So in case of State Legislature Assembly, again, you have Speaker, and the Speaker has the same role as that of the Speaker of Lok Sabha. I forgot to mention about the State Legislature Council. State Legislature Council has a tenure of 6 years. This has a tenure of 5 years. In case of Council, it has a tenure of 5 years. And 1/3 of them retire every 2 years. Sorry, it is 6 years. 1/3 of them retire every 2 years. And it works as a permanent body. Does it mean does it have the same powers as Rajya Sabha? No. No. Does the State Legislature Council has the same powers as that of Rajya Sabha? Absolutely no. It doesn't. Right? Reason, this is not there in almost all states of India. And why is that the State Legislature Council is not to be seen in case of election of the President? Because it is already an indirectly elected body. And we use proportional representation system, and there is uniformity of representation replicated in the presidential election. This does not include uniformity of representation. It does not include uniformity of representation. And in the Parliament, it is made sure that all State Legislature Assembly and the State Legislature Assembly, they have been allocated in such a way, the territorial constituency, that is the ratio of the House of People, that is in a state, to the population of the state shall be the same throughout India. For example, if I take Karnataka 28 divided by the population of the state is 6 crore, it shall be the same value throughout India. This is number 1. This is what the Delimitation Commission also does. Okay. And Delimitation Commission is a statutory body, by the way. It's not a constitutional body created through an act of the Parliament. And it works in close tandem with that of Election Commission of India. Because for all territorial constituencies, it is the Election Commission of India which is responsible for preparation of electoral rules. Number 2, and the territorial readjustments. All of that is done by the Delimitation Commission. Number 2, in case of the State Legislature Assembly, the ratio of population of a MP constituency to that of the number of State Legislature Assembly seats shall be the same throughout the state. This is throughout India, uniformity of representation throughout India. This is uniformity of representation within the state. Okay? Understood, everybody? So please do understand that this is how the uniformity of representation is to be seen. Okay? So the first one, you can take any example for that matter. Why is that the population varies but that the value will not vary? So the ratio of the Lok Sabha seats, the number of Lok Sabha seats to the total population of the state shall be the same throughout India, right? If you take each and every state into consideration, irrespective of whether it is a smaller or larger state. And the second point is the population of the NMP constituency. You take the population of MP constituency and divided by the number of MLA seats there. That is the state legislative assembly seats. The value shall be the same throughout the state. So there is uniformity of representation throughout India, uniformity of representation within the states. So this is how it is to be seen. I hope all of you have understood this. If you want, you can make a note of it, right? I don't know whether it is there in Lakshmikant, but PM Bakshi and also D.D. Basu speaks about this very clearly. This is how the state legislative assembly has to function, and the delimitation commission on the readjustment of constituency. Why do the readjustment of constituency happen? Is because of this. I hope all of you have made a note of this. Yes. Okay. Next. So, apart from that, the functions here, the functions of state legislative assembly, the same functions. So, that is, you have a money bill there. You have a no confidence motion. You have a confidence motion. And then the role of the speaker. And in case of bicameral legislature, it has more strength compared to that of the state legislative council. So you find the same motions which is there in the case of state legislative, in the case of Lok Sabha, in the state legislative assembly. Reason is why there is a concurrence in this is because in the Indian parliamentary group, the chairperson of Indian parliamentary group is the Speaker of Lok Sabha. So, the Speaker of Lok Sabha shall also have exchange of information with all the other speakers in India whenever there is a meeting. Now, while these kind of things are not being highlighted is because they do work under the same fashion and they are under the same head, which is nothing but the legislature. But of late, whenever there is an exchange of information, you should always understand this is done in order to make sure that there is a uniformity throughout. The constitution also makes sure that there is a uniformity throughout all the legislature. So there is no change with respect to it. The only change is these are all the state legislative assembly and that is Lok Sabha and that's the parliament. That's the only change. And Rajya Sabha shall not be synonymous to that of the state legislative council. Alright. So this is about the state legislative council and the state legislative assembly. Any doubts? Any doubts? Any questions? Any doubts? Any questions? I hope I have finished this. Yeah. So any questions? Any doubts? No. State okay. First of all, on money bill, they don't have any power. On ordinary bill, so imagine that if it is initiated by the state legislature council. So it goes to the state legislature assembly. It is the prerogative of state legislature assembly to accept it or reject it. If they reject it, it is rejected. So it means that the state legislature council does not have any power with respect to the survival of the bill. With respect to the survival of the bill, right? So it means that state legislative assembly overpowers state legislative council, including ordinary bills. So of course on money bill, definitely they don't have any function at all. But in case of those bills initiated by state legislative assembly, and that is why I mentioned this point here, where I said that they have two journeys to a bill. This is a first journey and this is a second journey. In the first journey, they have made sure that it has been restrained for 3 months. Then after that, it is a second journey. In the second journey, it is 1 month. Right? So I hope all of you have understood this. So this finishes the state legislature council. So any question, any doubts on this? No joint sitting. No question of joint sitting. No question of joint sitting, as I already told you, because the state legislative assembly overpowers. It overpowers the state legislative council, therefore there is no question of joint sitting. Joint sitting will happen if and only if in the bicameral legislature, both of them have equal powers. Right? Then only you will find joint sitting. That's why we find it in case of the parliament. We do not find it in the case of the state legislative assembly and the state legislative council. Okay? Now, next, moving ahead. on the judiciary? Well, every morning when you read a newspaper, Supreme Court is there. Every single morning, right? So, for examination point of view, concentrate on these things. Collegium system, because of friction between executive and judiciary on collegium system. Review petition, because there was lot of review petition which was in news, and the curative petition. Apart from that, you can also concentrate on the special leave petition, how they work and what is a process, right? The other one are the static parts. The remaining things are the static parts. But these 4 of them is in news. Collegium system is because the government wants a reform in collegium system. That's the reason. Review petition, there were many review petitions which were placed, and the court also said that review petition cannot happen in every single case. Curative petition is because of Union Carbide, right? And of course, Union Carbide won the case against the Supreme Court of India, the Government of India. So, special leave petition is because you have lot of tribunals, the award, which is made in the tribunals, that can be challenged in the case of special leave petition. There were some awards which was challenged from the National Green Tribunal to that of the Supreme Court of India. So, all of that is why these are all the current related topics. On the static part, of course, let's try to understand how the Supreme Court works. The salient feature is, it is independence of judiciary. And this is a most important point whenever we consider the judiciary. Because this makes sure that it does not work with that of executive, also not with that of the legislature. Okay? So, you have to understand that independence of judiciary is also one of the feature in case of federation. Why? What is a link there? In a federation, if there is a dispute between the state and the union, the dispute has to be solved by the apex court, which is nothing but the Supreme Court. So, the Supreme Court can only solve if there is independence of judiciary. Supposing if it is a part of executive or a legislature, you will not see that. Supposing if it is independent, if it is independent, then you will see it. So, independence of judiciary is an important point, right? So, we also have this. The other one is integrated judiciary. So, how shall we understand the integrated judiciary in case of India? So, you will have the Supreme Court, below that it is the High Court, below that it is the district courts, and below that it is of course the subordinate courts. So, below High Court we always call it as subordinate courts in the jargon of judiciary. So, that is what we call. So, in district courts again there are of 2 types. One is the civil court, the other one is the criminal court, the session court. The session court, the head of that court is called as PDJ, Principal's District Judge. Head of High Court is none other than the Chief Justice of the High Court. Head of the Supreme Court is none other than the Chief Justice of India. So, well, this has a fixed number, Supreme Court. How much it is right now? It is 34. The power to increase the number of judges in the Supreme Court vests with the Parliament. He has asked this question once. So, please do remember, the power to increase the number of judges in the Supreme Court is vested with the Parliament of India. So, right now it is 33 Supreme Court judges who are called as Puisne judges, P-U-I-S-N-E, and then along with that it is a Chief Justice of India. Well, High Court, there is no fixed number. There is no fixed number with respect to High Court. This is what you have to understand. And in High Court, so apart from the collegium system, there is one more important thing which is used, that's called as participative consultative process. And this is with respect to appointment of judges in the High Court. Because the governor would also be sought, communicated with respect to the appointment of a High Court judge and also the Chief Justice of the High Court. So that is why it is called as participative consultative process. Well, of course, the district courts, as you all know, they are to be appointed by none other than the governor. So this is how it works. So integrated is the entire judiciary do work under one single platform, and that's the Supreme Court of India. Now, this is where India is different from United States of America, because in case of United States of America, you do not have integrated judiciary. And in America, I also said that they have grand jury of judges, which we do not have it in case of India. Now, let's try to understand what are the qualifications to become a judge, especially the judge of the Supreme Court. So, citizen of India, number 2, should have been a judge of High Court for a minimum of 5 years. Then shall be a lawyer or an advocate in High Court for a period of 10 years. He shall be distinguished jurist. He shall be distinguished jurist under the eyes of the President. So, who appoints the Supreme Court and the High Court judges? It is the President. Now, we will go ahead and understand what's the appointment with respect to the judges here, especially the Supreme Court judges here. So, let's try to understand the evolution. What does the Constitution of India states? The Constitution of India does not mention anything about collegium system. The Constitution of India says that the Supreme Court judges shall be appointed by the President based on the consultation with the Chief Justice of India. So, if the President, this is what the Constitution states. So, if the President has to appoint the Supreme Court judges, he will hold consultations with the Chief Justice of India. Now, what if this President has to appoint the Chief Justice of India? Then he will hold consultations with any other Supreme Court judges as he deemed to be necessary. This is what the Constitution states, as it is deemed to be necessary. Well, this is where the controversies has happened. So, the evolution of the collegium system started with the first judge's case. I would have omitted all of this, but then since collegium system is in question, so these are all very, very important. So, that is why you should be able to understand both the static as well as the dynamic parts with respect to it. Okay. So, the first judge's case, in the first judge's case, the court was in an opinion that consultation is not concurrence, it is just exchange of information. It is exchange of views, it is exchange of information. This is what the court said. Then after that, it was reversed in the second judge's case. Now, what do we mean by this? The consultation which the CJI, that is the President, has it with the CJI, is just an exchange of information, right? But at the end of the day, it is a President who is going to appoint any judge. So, it means that the executive is overpowering the judiciary here in the appointment of judges in the Supreme Court. So, this is the inference with respect to the first judge's case. I repeat, it is an overpowering of executive over the judiciary because the President is bound by the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers headed by the Prime Minister. So, that is why it's the first judge's case. That is the outcome of the first judge's case. In the second judge's case, it said consultation is nothing but concurrence. So, what does it mean that now you hold consultation, right? It has to be understood as concurrence. It means that the CJI power would be more compared to that of the executive power. It means that the CJI or the other judges, information or whatever views they share, that becomes obligatory on the part of the President, right? And finally, in the third judge's case, there was one of the important outcome which said that the senior most judge shall be of the Supreme Court shall be the Chief Justice of India. So the senior most judge of the Supreme Court shall be the Chief Justice of India. And this also resulted in finally shaping the consultation into a form of team called as collegium system. So for us, the third judge's case is extremely important. Because the senior most judge, it means that previously there were Chief Justice of India who were not the senior most judges in the Supreme Court. Therefore, the Supreme Court itself made sure that there should be a system for the appointment of judges, and the system is the senior most judges. The senior most judge has to be given the most important place in case of the Chief Justice of India. He shall be made as Chief Justice of India. So by default, he becomes the Chief Justice of India here. Now, after this, what is the collegium system which was evolved? The collegium system comprises of CJI plus 4 senior most judges of the Supreme Court. This is what the collegium system is. Now, how does it happen? How does the appointments happen? Normally, the CJI plus this 4 senior most judges of the Supreme Court, they shall initiate a name, or if the government has initiated their name, they have to recommend it. Alright, so it can go either way. The government can either suggest the name, or the CJI, that is the collegium system, they can suggest the name. Supposing if they suggest the name, it goes to the cabinet. The cabinet okays that and it goes to the president. Now, what if the cabinet does not like the names which are given by the CJI, that is a collegium system? What the cabinet does, it will ask the collegium system to reconsider the names which has been suggested by them. Now, after the reconsideration is given to the collegium system, if the collegium system has given back the same name, the cabinet has to approve it. So, therefore, this system leads to delay. Well, from this collegium system to cabinet, is there any time limit? No. Because first of all, the Constitution of India does not have mentioned anything with respect to it. Okay. From the cabinet to that of the president, of course, there is nothing as such where there is a duration. There is no duration with respect to it. So, finally, once the president, of course, you all know that once the cabinet approves the name, the president signs it. One more important bone of contention is, if 2 of them in the system has not okayed the name, then the CJI and the collegium system will leave those names. They will not be considered for the process of the judge, and that is what is one of the important outcome of the third judge's case. So, if 2 of those senior most judges in the collegium system, if they do not okay any name, right, that is the suggestion to be a Supreme Court judge, in that case, in that situation, that names would be omitted for the consideration of the Supreme Court judges. They will not be appointed as Supreme Court judges. Got it? And this process, since it creates a delay, it creates a friction between executive and also the judiciary. And that is the reason why this is constantly in news. What is a bone of contention by the executive? Executive says this is democracy. The law minister says this is democracy. Therefore, you should not have only your own representatives. You should have representatives from the government also. Now, whether this is right or this is not right, this is not the time for debate, right? For us, this is why it is constantly in news. Okay, so that's about the collegium system. Now, moving ahead, let's talk about the impeachment of a judge. Okay, so in the case of High Court judge, how they are appointed? Okay, let me tell you. in case of High Court judges, how they are appointed. Well, High Court will also have a collegium. It will also have a collegium comprising of the Chief Justice of that High Court, along with that some senior most judges of the High Court. Forwards, it holds consultation with the governor, forwards the name to the collegium system. CJI has to approve those names. Without the approval of CJI, the name shall not be given to the cabinet. That is the cabinet, the central cabinet. We are talking about the central cabinet. Alright? After the central cabinet okays that, and that's when the president signs it. So this is how the High Court judge would be appointed. I hope all of you are clear with this, with respect to this. Okay? Next. So procedure for removal of the judge. So well, it is on proven misbehavior grounds and incapacity. Proven misbehavior and incapacity. Well, the bill, first of all, shall be based on a presidential order. So presidential order is a must. This is a must, without which a resolution for removal of the judge shall not be initiated. So it is based on proven misbehavior or incapacity. So please do understand this. And then this is based on a presidential order. Without the presidential order, it cannot be initiated. What cannot be initiated? The bill for removal of a judge shall not be initiated. Next, it shall have a minimum of 50 members signature or 50 members approval from Rajya Sabha and 100 members in case of Lok Sabha. They should have authenticated for the approval of the removal of a judge. They should have authenticated for the approval of removal of the judge. After this, then there will be an investigative committee in the parliament. This after if the investigative committee finds out. So each house has to pass it with a special majority. And this special majority is nothing but 2/3 majority, provided it is greater than half of the total membership of the house. And once this is done, the judge stands impeached. This is a procedure for the removal of High Court judge and also Supreme Court judge. Clear? Yes. So this is a procedure for the removal of the judge. Next, let's talk about the functions. So what are the functions in case of the Supreme Court? Of course, the functions comes across as original jurisdiction. Then the next one is appellate. Then the last one is advisory. So original jurisdiction, normally this is those cases which goes to the Supreme Court at the very first instance. So they are called as original jurisdiction. So it is those cases, that is center versus the state, group of one state versus group of other states, or the center plus the states together versus a group of other states. So basically it is with respect to the center-state dispute. Now first of all, whenever we say judiciary in India, Supreme Court in India, it is responsible for upholding the rights, fundamental rights of an individual. At the same time, it is an interpreter of the Constitution. Okay? We always call the Supreme Court as a guardian of the Indian Constitution. So please do remember that. So that was also asked once in the UPSC examination. way back in 2013-14. So these are the three things. Apart from that, it's the writ petition. What are writs? Writs are nothing but those orders which are given by judiciary, which is a relief mechanism in case of violation of fundamental rights. It's a grievance redressal mechanism in the violation of fundamental rights, where an aggrieved party approaches the Supreme Court under Article 32. In case of the High Court, it is Article 226, according to which the Supreme Court provides the relief measures for an aggrieved party. Well, based on the writs, we have habeas corpus, then mandamus, prohibition, certiorari, then quo warranto. So these are the five. I hope all of you know this. So habeas corpus, have one's body. That is, any person who is kept in jail for more than 24 hours, he has to be produced before the judicial magistrate within 24 hours. And this is excluding the travel time. Next, mandamus, an order to a public authority asking him to do his duty. And this is not applicable for private individual. It's not applicable for the president and the governor. Prohibition, it's an order by the higher court to the lower court not to exceed its jurisdiction. That's prohibition. Certiorari, it is the same thing as that of prohibition, but here the lower court has exceeded its jurisdiction. Therefore, cancelling or annulling the jurisdiction, cancelling the judgment and making sure that it is within the jurisdiction. So that is where certiorari. Last one, quo warranto, asking a public authority what is his qualification to hold a public office, which protects a public office from the encroachment of a private individual. You can get a question, which among the following, or quo warranto helps in protection of a public office from the encroachment of a private individual. So that's quo warranto. And normally in case of courts, you will also have something called as writ, called as injunction. So you want me to repeat writ petitions? I hope all of you know this, right? So habeas corpus, have one's body, meaning, so if there is violation of Article 22, right? So that is, you have two types of detention there. Punitive, preventive detention, right? So in case of any person who has been arrested and kept in jail for beyond 24 hours, then in that case, he has to be produced before the judicial magistrate. If he is not, I'll give you an example of a case. So there was a journalist in one of the state who was arrested. He was not produced before the judicial magistrate. He was in the police station, in the judicial, not in the judicial custody. Police custody is different, judicial custody is different. He is asking questions from anywhere, which you will not find it in Lakshmikant, definitely. These are all application-based questions, right? So, police custody, he will be within the police station. Judicial custody, it is as remanded by the judge, right? Normally, in case of judicial custody, he will be in that central jail or those jail which is as stipulated by the judge. But then, if he is remanded on the police custody, it is for the investigative officer within the police station. Okay? So, handcuffing and all of it is not necessary, as you all know that it goes against the fundamental right. Right? Since he is already kept in the jail. Okay? Now, the next thing is, so first of all, habeas corpus is very clear that it makes sure that it protects an individual from, in violation of his fundamental rights. Supposing if he has been arrested and kept in jail for many hours beyond 24 hours, it affects his life and liberty, right? So therefore, you find habeas corpus. So in case of one of the state, when one of the journalists was kept in the captivity, then his friends, they approached the Supreme Court and then they filed the case on behalf of him and said that there's a man who has been arrested and is not being produced before the judicial magistrate. So after that, one of the high court there, one of the high court was directed and the high court made sure that he was produced before the judicial magistrate immediately. Right? So this is one of example of habeas corpus. Next is mandamus. For instance, somebody has lost his certificate. He has approached to any authority. Say the authority is making him running around, because of which he is not getting an employment, which is a public employment. Right? So you are denying him a chance of getting a public employment. In that case, you apply for a writ petition and the court makes sure that it initiates the writ of mandamus. Next, prohibition. Imagine that one person has exceeded the jurisdiction. So imagine that there is one person who has filed a case against another person. And he has filed a case in that jurisdiction where the judge is closer to him. Right? Wherein this lower court has exceeded the jurisdiction. For example, in case of Bangalore, there is a limit with respect to the jurisdiction of the court. Right? Likewise for each and every district. In that case, the aggrieved party can challenge that before the High Court. Right? So that is where the High Court makes sure that the lower court shall not take this case. So that kind of a writ is called as prohibition. Next, it is certiorari. If you consider the same case, and in that case, if the judgment is already been provided, right, asking the court, right, cancelling the judgment, asking the court to stick to its jurisdiction and transferring the case by the High Court comes across as certiorari. Last but not the least, we have a lot of these medical centers. And in these medical centers, you find that some of them who do not have an MBBS degree, right, who have been recruited as a contract employee, right, they claim that they are the doctors. And falsely, they try to encroach the public office. And you get to know about them. And you file a case and ask, what is their qualification to hold the public office. So these are the different types of writs. Of late, there is one more thing which is constantly in news, which we use it in case of civil court. It's called as writ of injunction. What is writ of injunction? Writ of injunction is nothing but maintenance of status quo. For example, you have leased a property to somebody, okay, and you have an agreement. The party has to abide by the lease. Now, what this man does, he in turn leases it to somebody else. You get to know about it, and then you question him. He is not paying any advice to you. He is not listening to you. So, what will you do? You go approach the civil court. Now, that does not come under the fundamental rights. So, you approach the civil court. The civil court orders for a status quo wherein it will ask the man who has violated the agreement to make sure that he hands over the property to you, or he has to abide by the condition that he shall not in turn lease the property to somebody else. That's status quo. So injunction is not a part of this, right? So that's about the original jurisdiction. So next, talking about the appellate. So appellate jurisdiction, so this is appeal from the High Court. It is in civil case, then you have it in criminal case, constitutional case. So if there is substantial question of law, if there is substantial question of law. So if there is any substantial question of law, we see that to be, appealed before the Supreme Court. Clear? So that happens in case of civil or criminal or the constitutional case. Next, advisory jurisdiction. This is given under Article 143 of the Indian Constitution, wherein the President seeks an advice from the Supreme Court in disbursing certain constitutional responsibilities. The advice which is tendered by the Supreme Court is not binding on the President. Supposing even if the Supreme Court has questioned or requested the President to give his advice on certain cases, on certain treaties, then again, the advice tendered by the President is also not binding on the Supreme Court. But then, here the case is the President seeking the advice from the Supreme Court. So that is why it is advisory jurisdiction, right? So these are the different functions of the Supreme Court. Well, now let's try to, yes. Yes, of course, anybody who has been presiding the court, he will give the advice. So normally the CJI is the first among the equals there. And he is also to be considered as the head of the Supreme Court. So he'll take a call on this. And right now the allocation, right now the news is the constitutional cases. So now the term called as substantial question of law is also present in the Constitution, which says there shall be a minimum of 5 judges in the Supreme Court in disbursing any cases which has substantial question of law. I repeat this point. There shall be a minimum of 5 judges, right, according to the Constitution of India, in order to disburse and discharge a case which has a substantial question of law. The same was used by the Supreme Court and constituted many constitutional benches with minimum 5. But then there are cases where the constitutional cases have also been, taken into consideration with 3 judges. So does it mean that it should always have 5 judges? Not necessarily. It is at the discretion of the Supreme Court, especially the CJI there. And right now the allocation of this cases, master to roaster, is a recent initiative which is undertaken by the CJI. The present CJI, D.N. Chandrachud, Honorable Chief Justice of India, he has undertaken a lot of initiatives. One initiative is the initiatives where anybody can have an access of all judgments of the court. There are 36,000 judgments. 36,000 judgments by the courts. Anybody in this country can access through online, through the portal. This is number one, what is initiated. So this is why that e-court thing and then the video conferencing, all of that were in news when Chandrachud, the Honorable Chief Justice, and it's quite vibrant. I've heard his speech even in India Today conclave. And when he speaks, he has every fact, and then he speaks about how he wants to make sure that there is Indianization of judges. That's a topic for mains, very, very important. Indianization of judges. Indianization of court is coming out of the British legacy, translating all of these. See, first of all, the language in case of the Supreme Court is English. So they want to make sure that this is translated through, to all the regional languages. There is an attempt which is made by the Supreme Court right now, under the aegis of the Honorable Chief Justice of India, to make sure that this is to be done in all languages which is given in the 8th schedule of the Indian Constitution. And the work is, already they have started with that of one of the IIT professor from Madras. They've roped in an IIT Madras professor and they have already initiated this. So, the video conferencing and then accessibility to most of it, that is most of the judgments. See, earlier what used to happen was majority of these lawyers, if they have to study a case, they had to spend at least 40,000, 50,000 rupees to get an access of all of these judgments. Now it is for free. They can easily access it online. Not only them, we can access it. And already the court has made an attempt, the Chief Justice of India has made an attempt that the language used in the court can be done in case of Tamil and the other languages. I think Gujarati was also included recently. So, step by step, there is a process of Indianization of court, coming away from the British legacy. It's because a person who is in the witness box, he should understand in a regional language. What if he doesn't understand English? So, in some cases, it is in Hindi, but High Court and the Supreme Court, it is always in English. So, there is an attempt which is made by, these are all some of the initiatives undertaken by the Supreme Court. So, it is more of a mains topic. You'll not get it for prelims, but they have also initiated artificial intelligence. It's called SUPAC. It's a system which is initiated by the Supreme Court. You can research on this, and this is to provide information about the landmark judgments in India, and it provides an access to all important court proceedings, access to all of the important court proceedings. See, one of the biggest challenge which the live streaming happens, one of the biggest challenges, what if this is on a sensitive case? What kind of sensitive case? Supposing if it is related to sexual assault or molestation or a rape, then in that case there is a challenge, right? So, in spite of all of this, the Supreme Court is making sure that it has, it's been vibrant in terms of taking initiatives further, right? So, all of these are some of the important initiatives undertaken by the present Supreme Court. Well, next, moving ahead about the most important points. The first one is special leave petition. So, let's try to understand. Special leave petition. Article 136. It's given under Article 136. What do you mean by special leave petition? Basically, this is a petition of appeal. It is a petition of appeal. Where you are appealing from any court, including the High Court or any tribunal, except the military court. So, any party can, appeal it through a petition to a Supreme Court directly, from any tribunal award or from a High Court, a judgment given by the High Court, directly to the Supreme Court, for which he is seeking a special leave. So, special leave petition is it is a petition of appeal where an aggrieved party is seeking special leave to approach the Supreme Court on any award given by the High Court or a tribunal, save military courts. That is called a special leave petition. Now, are there any conditions with respect to special leave petition? So, there was a term which was in news called as res judicata. Currently, this term was in news. What is res judicata? What cannot be questioned in the lower court cannot be questioned in the higher court. What cannot be questioned in the lower court, you cannot question that in the higher court. So, how do you understand this? In res judicata, it so happens that imagine a party A has approached the High Court, or say from the lower court, he has gone to High Court. Okay? And in the High Court very clearly disburses his case that he has to follow the lower court's order because there is no merit in the case, so that it can be appealed further. There is no merit in the case. In that situation, res judicata is to be applied by the High Court. So, first of all, if all of these cases directly get appealed to the Supreme Court, what will happen? We already see 3 crores of cases, burden of 3 crores of cases. We see much more than this. Therefore, one of the initiative here is to make sure that this cannot travel further, supposing if it doesn't have any merit in the case. That is this feature called as res judicata. Right? So, this is one of the condition which you can see with respect to applying special leave petition. But it also says it does not provide any discrimination on any citizen. Right? So, any citizen for that matter, he can approach from any court, any tribunal except the military courts directly to the Supreme Court, for which he requests some special leave. That's called a special leave petition. See, the advantage is to make sure that in a judicial system like us, so any citizen is not denied justice. That's the whole idea behind this, right? But in fact, we have seen crores and crores of cases which is being pending in the court. One of the biggest challenge what we find in case of the courts, especially the Supreme Court, is the judges to population ratio. If you take all the judges and then count to that of the population ratio, then it is very, very less. It's almost 1 is to somewhere around 10 lakh, 5 lakh, 10 lakh, right? So, the same question was also asked to the Honorable Chief Justice. He said, why don't you take it in a positive sense? And his answer was like this. I'm talking about D.N. Chandrachud's answer here. So, the answer was, that clearly shows the trust of Indians on the judicial system. It means that still Indians do trust on the judicial system. So, but then he is helpless is because at the end of the day, it is the parliament which has the power to increase the judges, right? So, that's about special leave petition. Let's move ahead with the next important thing, that is review petition. So, review petition is derived from Article 137, which says that the Supreme Court can review its own judgment. Basically, it can change its own judgment. We have seen in multiple cases. Normally, you do not see it in case of high courts. Alright? So, here you would see the Supreme Court changing most of the cases. Now, if you take an example of Berubari to that of Keshavananda Bharati case, we saw the outcome, right? So, with respect to evolution of basic structure of the Indian Constitution and in relation to that of the preamble, especially preamble was not to be called as a part of the Indian Constitution. Later, we saw that the preamble was a part of the Indian Constitution and so therefore it can be amended, save those important features which are part of the basic structure of the Indian Constitution, which form the basic premise. Therefore, you cannot amend it because it changes the very nature of the Indian Constitution. Well, review petition is to make sure that the Supreme Court changes its own judgment for the following reasons. First of all, there is a case which they have missed or they have not taken principles of natural justice. There is something which is missing in the principles of natural justice. What are principles of natural justice? How do you understand this? It's very simple. Imagine if there is a pond and then in the pond has both crocodiles and fish. There are like more than hundreds of fish, right? In order to save this fish from this imagine that there are 5 crocodiles, right? In order to save them, you should not even kill even a single fish. So, to kill crocodiles, you should not kill even a single fish. Principles of natural justice, very, very important, right? So, the law that is why in India, we have 2 important things. What is that? In Article 14, equal protection of law, equality before law, equal protection of law. Equality before law is irrespective of whomsoever you are the same in front of law, whether you are rich or poor. It is the same degree of punishment which you get. So, in case of this is a British concept. In case of the American concept, that is equal protection of law, right? In case of equal protection by law, in those cases, you have to treat in similar circumstances. For example, if somebody who is a disabled person, he has to be given a consideration that he is disabled. And the law has to take that into account and then give a judgment. I hope all of you are understanding. For example, a disabled person is not the same as that of somebody who is a normal person. Let's take an example of all of these public transport, which provides an option for these disabled. Correct? You have to reserve places for disabled, isn't it? Right? It's not there for the normal person. Since we have both of that in India, Indian judiciary follows both of it. And that's very clearly seen in the merits of most of the cases included in the principles of natural justice. Right? So the principles of natural justice here very clearly states that it should not affect, it has to go in the merit of the case. They have somewhere missed one of it, or somewhere they have not considered all principles of natural justice, right? Or if there is some mistake or some evidence, crucial evidence missing, well, now the question is, what is a process in case of review petition? In case of review petition, it cannot be done by the same party who has been aggrieved by the judgment. Please do understand. It can also be done by any other party who is aggrieved by the judgment. It can be done by any other party who is aggrieved by the judgment. For example, they are under the same condition. They're like 100 group of people, right? Out of these 100, there are only 5 people who have challenged in the court of law. And then the judgment says that it is affecting not only them, even the 100. So, save these 5 people, the remaining other 3, the remaining 95 of them, they choose to file a case or review this. Right? So, it is not only for the party who has got it, even the other party, who has got agreed by the judgment, he can challenge this case. So, that is where review petition is different. Well, it is from the same judges. It is not from the different judges. It is from the same judges. It is not from the different judges altogether. So, you will have the same judges taking up this case. Right? And normally, review petition does not have oral hearings. No oral hearings, and this is always to be followed through the circulation. So, these are some of the important things associated with review petition. Okay. So, in fact, in 2002, in one of the case, the review petition was evolved. The curative petition was also based on the review petition, after the review petition. Okay. So, these are some of the important points what we have to remember with respect to review petition. So, it is, the Supreme Court has the power according to the Article 137 to review its own judgment, to change its own judgment. Therefore, that is the basis of review petition, and also the rules made in Article 145. The rules made in Article 145 supports the review petition. Well, this is done if at all, if there is any in a point of concern in the principles of natural justice, if at all, if there is some erroneous or mistake which was done by the court, the judges, or if there is some crucial evidence which are missing. In all of these cases, you will find the review petition. Alright. So, this is about the review petition. Next. Curative petition. I cannot give you more examples, I'm sorry, because I have to again still cover election commission, right? Then still local bodies are pending, right? So, I don't know till what time I will take today, but then we'll see, right? Okay, we'll finish curative petition first before we go for the break. What is curative petition? This is on the rare case, not on every single case after review petition. No, it is on a rare case. So, every review petition cannot be challenged for a curative petition. Curative petition is addressing miscarriage of justice. Where it considers again the same, that is, principles of natural justice. The curative petition is only admissible after understanding that there is a serious miscarriage of justice or the principle of justice. Normally in curative petition, there is no open hearing. It is within a chamber. And the admissibility is based on the judges who are in the review petition. Along with the judges here, the Chief Justice of India shall also be a part of curative petition. Okay? So please do remember that it's the same judges. Along with that, there will be other judges who would be called in case of curative petition. So this is provided if the application is signed, that it is deemed for a curative petition by one of the judges who was the part of the review petition. Then only it goes to the curative petition, otherwise it does not go to the curative petition. Again, as I said, this is in the chamber, and until and unless the court decides that it can be on an open hearing. So curative petition solves anything which is like an erroneous mistake by the Supreme Court. Well, on the Union Carbide, this was where the curative petition was done, because they said that they had already given a compensation. The compensation was more than 750 crores way back in 1989, but still the government of India was asking more than 7,500 crores as the compensation. In the review petition, they lost the case. They were asked to pay the money, but then they went with the curative petition, and Harish Salve was the lawyer for them, who was the former Attorney General of India. And he made sure that, Union Carbide won the case, because Union Carbide said that they will not spend even a single money, a single rupee on the compensation, because all compensation has already been provided in 1989. Okay. So that's the only example which I can give, because this is currently in news. So therefore, remember this and the curative petition, right? So this is about the Supreme Court. All right. So we'll take a break, right? And then afterwards we will continue. See, I don't have a leverage of taking that in another class. I'll try to finish how much ever I can. Even I should also have the energy. And continuously speaking, mind will be like, it will be a trampled mind then. It will start playing cards. So I have to remember a lot of things. So it's a little difficult. I'll try my level best. All right. Well, I hope you people are understanding. I hope you people have got maximum benefit from yesterday's class and today's class. I hope so. Right. So I hope that it is yes of at least 80%, right? 90%, 100%, 100% is amazing. All right, we'll take a break. Okay, all right. So, we stopped at the Supreme Court. Let's directly go ahead with and finish fast on the local bodies, so that we can come to Election Commission of India and slowly start with the constitutional bodies, right? So, the first thing about local bodies, we have two here. One is Panchayat Raj institutions. The other one is the urban local bodies. So Panchayat Raj institutions and urban local bodies. So what is the background? Well, I'm not going to touch from the Vedic era. So let's start about the context from post-independence. So 1952. So that's where we found a program called as Community Development Program. It's the first program of India that was on Gandhi Jayanti's day, that is 2nd of October. This was a flop show because of lack of people's participation. And of course, one of the highlight was the corruption amongst the officer. Next, to overcome this, there was one more program which was brought in the year 1953. It is called as National Extension Scheme, to modify all of these problems associated with the Community Development Program. So the National Extension Scheme did modify a lot of problems associated with it, but still it was a failure. In National Extension Scheme, for the first time, there was importance of science and technology which was given there, right? Especially in agricultural productivity. However, still it becomes a failure. Then, for the first time in 1958, the then NDC, National Development Council, which is a defunct body right now, this creates a committee which is called as Balwant Rai Mehta Committee Recommendations. Balwant Rai Committee, and the recommendation is called as Balwant Rai Mehta Committee Recommendations. So, one of the important features of this committee. So, well, what is NDC? As you all know, National Development Council. Earlier, it was responsible as the approval body. We had something called as Planning Commission. Both NDC and Planning Commission is also an example of extra constitutional bodies. Right now, it has been replaced by Niti Aayog. Okay. So, so it's like NDC plus Planning Commission is equal to Niti Aayog. The only say with respect to Niti Aayog is, of course, some do argue that this is old wine in a new bottle. It looks like that, but it saves time. It saves time. What saves time? Because normally, in case of Planning Commission, which used to make plans for the country, then after making plans, it is to go to the National Development Council, which comprised of all the chief minister of various states. They have to approve it. Without their approval, you could not make the plan. You never used to go to the cabinet. So therefore, we used to waste the time supposing if there is lack of consensus amongst the National Development Council. So in order to overcome that, we found a body right now called as Niti Aayog, which saves time, because it's like if there are two different classes, it's like a combined class now, which brings in all of the chief ministers together and then brings in their problems and addresses the problems. So that is where Niti Aayog is different from that of Planning Commission and NDC. Now, coming to Balwant Rai Mehta Committee recommendations, first one, it spoke about the lowest order or the first order, and that was Gram Sabha. In our constitution, in Directive Principles of State Policy, Article 40 speaks about the panchayats. So, panchayats, local bodies also has its place in case of Directive Principles of State Policy, as you all know. Well, Gram Sabha was considered to be the first unit of democratic decentralization, which comprised of all eligible voters in that unit. Apart from that, it proposed a three-tier structure. It proposed a three-tier structure. So, it is at the panchayat level, the village level, then a taluk level, which is intermediate, then the third one is the district level. So, these are the three units which was said by Balwant Rai Mehta Committee. Later, after that, it was one more committee called as Ashok Mehta Committee. Ashok Mehta Committee, instead of having three-tier structure, it postulated two-tier structure. It called for giving importance to political parties, encourage people to participate, in elections. So, direct elections, So this also said about direct elections to be held in this body. Well, Ashok Mehta Committee, two-tier structure, political parties were to be given the prominence. And this two-tier structure is, one is at the taluk level, the other one is at the district level. After that, there were two other committees called as LM Singhvi and Ashok Rao Committee. So both of this committee made sure that the constitutional status was to be given to the local bodies, that is Panchayat Raj institutions. So they postulated to have constitutional status and also to give more importance to financial resources, right? The outcome of all of that is the 73rd and 74th Constitutional Amendment Act. So what is important for us? Not the background, because from the past 15 years, you have not got questions on any of these committees. So it's up to you to study it or leave it, but then it's better that you just go through them. Okay? Go through them once. You need not have to remember all articles here. The 243 is the article, right? So, but then some of them, what you have to remember is what I write here as the compulsory provisions. Related to that, you have to remember the articles. So, on 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act, there were compulsory and voluntary provisions. So, what are the compulsory provision which has to be used by each and every state in India, right? So, 73rd and 74th Constitutional Amendment Act provided constitutional status to PRIs and urban local bodies. And are they statutory in nature? Of course, they are statutory in nature, is because the very fact that it is created through an act of the parliament. But at the same time, you should also understand they are provided with the constitutional status. How? So you have 11th and the 12th schedule, which is exclusively given for both of them. Now, compulsory provision, so three-tier structure. So there shall be a three-tier structure. It's a compulsory provision. Number 2, the presence of Gram Sabha. That's a compulsory provision. Number 3, for elections, presence of State Election Commission. Is a State Election Commission same as that of the Election Commission of India? No. The State Election Commission is responsible for conducting elections only for local bodies. Number 4, and who is responsible for constituting the State Election Commissioner? The Governor. Appointment of the State Election Commission and the Commissioner, it is none other than the Governor. Next, State Finance Commission. To look into the financial conditions of the Panchayat and to suggest augmenting financial resources in the Panchayat, State Finance Commission, in order to review what do be called as the financial situation of the state. So that is why you find the State Finance Commission. Apart from that, reservation to SC, ST. Now this reservation is in proportion to the population of the state. It is in proportion to the population of the state. Next, 1/3 reservation to women. So I have told you in the very first class, yesterday's class, that this is an example of right to recall and also an example of direct democracy. And we are seeing it right now. Why that the government wanted to bring in democratic decentralization at the grassroots level. One of the main agenda behind it is to make sure that there is people's participation, increase in people's participation. That's the reason behind it. And it also made sure that 73rd and 74th Constitutional Amendment Act created a body called as District Planning Committee. And one more thing is the Metropolitan. So the District Planning Committee is to make plans for the district. Metropolitan Planning Committee is to make plans for the urban area. These are all the compulsory provisions. Voluntary provision, reservation to OBC is a voluntary provision. Increasing reservation to SC, ST more than that of the proportion of the population, again voluntary provision. Then providing reservation to women other than 30%, increasing to 50%, all of that becomes a voluntary provision, right? Other than any provisions to be implemented, then this is a voluntary provision. Well, in 1993, there was a date which was stipulated that all state legislative assemblies in India are supposed to compulsorily utilize and implement the important factors given under the compulsory provisions of 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act, also in the 74th Constitutional Amendment Act. So these are the compulsory provisions which is uniformly, equivocally applied in all states of India. It has to be applied. So there was a cutoff date with respect to it. All right. Next, talking about some of the important things about urban local bodies. So urban local bodies, it also had the similar functions, compulsory provisions as that of the PRIs. So first of all, you will have a municipality, Nagar Panchayat, and then a corporation. Corporation and council to the larger states, larger cities, while Nagar Panchayat is small to the smaller towns. Other than that, there were different types of urban local bodies. The different types of urban local bodies are, you have Town Planning Committee, Metropolitan Planning Committee, Notified Area Committee, I'm very sorry. Notified Area Committee, Cantonment Board, townships. So these are the different forms of urban local bodies. Okay. So Town Planning Committee is on those areas which has the potentiality to become a town, a city which is developing into a town. Town Planning Area Committee. Notified Area Committee. So this is half elected, half nominated. Notified Area Committee completely nominated. This is in those areas where it is a tourist attraction. Cantonment Board, it is something which is a military station, right? Which has the military serving officer, along with that the civilian population which is residing there. Township, this is in the public sector undertaking. These are the different forms of urban local bodies. The urban local bodies shall also have the same features as that of the 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act. The only thing is, on the State Election Commission and the State Finance Commission, which shall be the common between 73rd and the 74th Constitutional Amendment Act. Other than that, if you see, instead of Gram Sabha, it will be the Nagar Panchayat, right? So it will have a 3-tier structure, or depending on the city. Supposing if it is in the rural local body, 3-tier structure is compulsory. But if it is a very big city, then it will be a corporation. If it is a smaller city, then it is Nagar Panchayat. So it varied from one city to the other, depending on the population as notified by the State Legislative Assembly Act. But then they should have a similar one as that of the 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act. So here, on the lines of Gram Sabha, they were called as ward committees. So this is the lowest unit. The basic unit in case of compulsory ward committees. In case of 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act, Gram Sabha, this is ward committees. As I said that the right to recall is being implemented, right? Both in Gram Sabha, also in case of municipalities. I give an example of Haryana, right? You can check that in Haryana, state of Haryana, they have this provision of changing an elected representatives. In fact, sometimes it can also be seen that it is extended to the bureaucrats. So, needless to mention about this. Now, there are two important things which I had written here that we need to discuss. The State Election Commission functions on the similar lines as that of the Election Commission of India. They are responsible for conducting elections only to the local bodies. Alright. So, they might request or can take the help of Election Commission of India, but definitely it is not under the aegis of Election Commission of India, as they are a separate constitutional body given under the 73rd and the 74th Constitutional Amendment Act. State Finance Commission is responsible for the following objectives. First, to discuss the grants in aid provided by the state to the local bodies, right? And also suggest means to augment it. It also speaks about the distribution of resources between the state and the panchayat from the consolidated fund of the state. Like how we have consolidated fund of India, then contingency fund of India and public accounts of India. I did omit it, understanding that you people have already understood about it. So just to give you an understanding of what is consolidated fund of India, formal revenue of government of India, and that is to be seen as something which goes as a credit to the government and credit by the government and also debit by the government, right? So this is where we understand as consolidated fund of India, and the approval of the parliament is necessary, right, to take the money out of consolidated fund of India. Contingency fund of India, to meet contingencies, we see it, how many crores of rupees? It is 5,000 crores of rupees, it is not 50,000 crore. Reason behind it is because India is not such a rich country. It is impressed placed before the president. It is impressed placed before the president. However, Parliament's approval is necessary to withdraw the money from the contingency fund of India. Last but not the least is the public accounts fund. Public accounts fund is all fund which is the people's money. In the terms of PF, National Saving Certificate, Small Saving Certificate, all of that goes into public accounts fund, and the Parliament's approval is necessary to withdrawal of these funds. However, the government right now becomes the custodian, but it shall not use it for any other expenditure because this is the people's money. Well, all of this is something what we see it in the center. Similar lines, we have consolidated fund of India. It speaks about the distribution of resources between the state and the panchayats. Okay, and any other initiatives which is undertaken by the governor in order to increase the resources in the panchayat. Right? So all of these are important points which you have to remember about the objective of the State Finance Commission. Clear? Now talking about these two, that is District Planning Committee and Metropolitan Planning Committee. So what do they do and how do they work? So well, to talk about the District Planning Committee, now this is a committee which is responsible for planning in case of Panchayat Raj institutions. They are responsible for making plans in Panchayat Raj institutions. And District Planning Committee is one which comprises of MLAs and MPs in the region and also speaks about the allocation of funds within the district, which is seeping through all of these three tier structure. Okay, and it is a body which comprises of 2/3 of them who are elected. So these are some of the important things with respect to District Planning Committee. Well, on the similar lines, Metropolitan Planning Committee, planning larger areas, that is on the metro cities. So that is metros. So that is where we find Metropolitan Planning Committee. And this also involves planning from under the leadership of MLAs and MPs who are also present there. So it comprises of both nominated and the elected members. Some of the representation from the local bodies will also be there. That is, urban local bodies will also be present here. So it is responsible again for the allocation of funds. Okay. So this is about the Metropolitan Planning Committee. Both of them have their place in the Constitutional Amendment Act of 73 and 74. Okay. So these are about the local bodies. Nothing much, because of late you have not got any questions. So that is why I've ran through this fast. Otherwise, this is a 3 hours topic. I have to explain each one of it and why they have to do it. So we are running out of time. So let's move ahead with the most important. So elections and political parties. So talking about elections and political parties. So first, Election Commission of India. It's a constitutional body. Article 324 speaks about the superintendence, the functions, and also the appointment of Election Commission of India. Okay, and also its removal. Article 324. So Article 324 very clearly speaks about the appointment. The appointment of the Election Commission of India comprises of Chief Election Commissioner and 2 other election commissioners. The composition is in news because the Supreme Court of India says that there shall be a committee for the appointment of Election Commission of India and the election commissioners, according to which the committee shall comprise of the Prime Minister of India, Leader of Lok Sabha, and the Chief Justice of India or any other Supreme Court judge, right? So it shall have any of these 3. Reason, because the election commissioners are appointed by the President, all of them. And when we say President, it is based on the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers headed by the Prime Minister. So Prime Minister and his Council of Ministers are from one single party. So there should not be any neutrality. There should be neutrality. I'm sorry. There should be neutrality. There should be neutrality. That is the reason, the Election Commission of India is being made sure, this is a constitutional body, that the Supreme Court wants any reforms on this. And many reforms, one of the first reform is in its appointment. So that there is no question of ifs and buts. Otherwise, it should not create a system. Of course, it is not a system of spoil system. Now, which we had discussed in yesterday's class. So, spoil system, as you all know, it is associated with United States of America. That's on a serious nepotism and favoritism, right? So, even today, that 15% of those plum position is given to them. So, we do not see it in case of the Indian Constitution. First of all, Election Commission of India should always work in neutral. And its important function is conduction of free and fair election. It is to conduct free and fair election. So therefore, the Supreme Court has made sure that there should be a committee which comprises of 3 members who are responsible to maintain the neutrality and impartiality here. Article 325 speaks about the electoral rolls. That is, there shall not be any discrimination in adding names in the electoral rolls. That is, any citizen in this country shall not be left out from the electoral rolls on the grounds of the place of birth or religion, caste, etc. Okay, so there should not be any discrimination with respect to it. Okay, so that is given under Article 325. Article 326 clearly mentions about universal adult suffrage. That is, any person who has attained 18 years of age gets the right to vote. So there you go. Right to vote is nothing but a constitutional right. So it is not a fundamental right. Now, why it is not a fundamental right is because, again, to give a corollary to this, there are a lot of prisoners in jail. The jail inmates do not get the right to vote. Jail inmates do not get right to vote. The People's Representation Act of 1951 is very clear on it. Okay, I hope all of you have understood this point. Now, next, talking about the important functions of Election Commission of India. Number 1. So, as I said, conduction of election for the following bodies. Number 1, State Legislative Assembly, Parliament, that is Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha, also on State Legislative Council, President, then Vice President. So, except these two, that is President and Vice President, where it is an election petition challenged in Supreme Court, this is challenged in the High Court through an election petition, only through an election petition. But mind you, the election petition shall be challenged only after the election, not before the election. So, if at all, if there is any dispute or void, or if there is an allegation of rigging an election, you see it. Otherwise, you will not see it. I hope all of you are understanding it. So, this is responsible for conduction of all of these election, preparation of electoral rules. Preparation of electoral rules. Number 3, most important, that is in news, that is allocation of party symbols. Party symbols. Now, why is this? Because of bow and an arrow with respect to Shiv Sena. Now, is there any rule which is made by the Election Commission of India with respect to it? Of course, yes. There is an order of symbols. It's a symbols order. The rules of symbols order in the Election Commission, which is given under 1968, which was reviewed once in 5 years. Now, the Election Commission of India has planned to review it once in 10 years. That is the party symbols. And if any political parties, if it has to get a national political party status, a state political party status, they are the ones who get the advantage of having a symbol. Allocation of the symbol would be under the discretion of the Election Commission of India based on the rules made by the Election Commission of India, that is allocation of symbol rules 1968. There cannot be any question with respect to it. Okay? And this rules is also linked to that of the anti-defection law, especially if there is a split in the party. First of all, the question with respect to anti-defection law is, the amendment which was made in the 91st Constitutional Amendment Act 2003 did not acknowledge the term called a split. That is where the question right now with the Supreme Court. It only acknowledges the term called as merger, not the split. So that's where the very big challenge is. So please do remember that point there. So it does not recognize the split. So supposing if a party splits into two, then who is supposed to hold the most? What Election Commission of India does is, it calls both of them and checks how many are the MLAs and MPs and their strength. In the split, the group which has got the more number of strength, the symbol would be allocated to them. This is one of the principle which is followed by the Election Commission of India. Please do understand this. Now, the reason why am I saying this is because the Shinde faction got this based on this. Because it was currently in news, which was going on. Well, apart from that, you should also understand there are two set of political parties. And which are they? So, the moment we say political parties, there are two set here. One is recognized. The other one is unrecognized. Recognized, again, two types. One is national political party The other one are regional or the state political parties. National political parties, right now there are 6 political parties. From 8, it has come to 6 now, because Trinamool, Congress and NCP is been omitted, right? And also CPI, sorry. So from 9 we have come to 6. In 2019, the only party which represents the northeastern region is the National People's Party. It's a party from PA Sangma. Okay. So there are 6 political parties here, national political parties. Aam Aadmi Party right now has got the status. Okay. And regional political party. So there are many regional political parties. So there are around 3 to 4 political parties which have lost the status. I think which is made into 54. I don't know. Please do check with the facts. So earlier it was 58. Now there are like 4 to 5 political parties which has lost the regional status. That is on the state political party status. Well, unrecognized political parties are those political parties who have not secured minimum number of votes. So if at all, if a party should have a national political party status, you should understand that it should have the following condition. First of all, it should have 6% of the total votes polled in the state legislature assembly or the Lok Sabha seats, or in the Lok Sabha election. Apart from that, it should have had at least 4 seats in any state or from a state, from the Lok Sabha election. Apart from that, it should have 2% of the total, that is 543, 2% of total 543. It comes around, I think 11. It should have 11 from at least 3 different states. So if they qualify, they become a national political party. In a state political party, if at all, if they have 6% of the seats and in the state legislature assembly, or they have won 3 state legislature assembly seats in a recent general election, or secured close to around 3% of the total seats in the state legislature assembly, they get a state political party status. Right? So this is how the criteria to get the national political party and also the state political party status. So you have to remember that we have both recognized and unrecognized political parties in India. Put together, it is more than 2,300 political parties. It's actually more than 2,300 political parties. So, in case of Election Commission of India, you can check the status of the number of political parties today. Okay, after the loss. So, most of them are unrecognized political parties. Now, by the way, the anti-defection law recognizes political parties and also provides constitutional status. It not only provides constitutional status to the political parties, it also provides constitutional status to whip and also the chief whip. Okay? Because whip and also chief whip. In short, if I have to write about the anti-defection law, so this is based on 52nd Constitutional Amendment Act 1985, 10th schedule of the Indian Constitution. This is to punish defections. By whom? Defections by political parties, the members of political parties. In 1960s and 1970s, if at all, if you have heard about the term called as Ayaram and Gayaram, right? It's because one person called as Ram changed multiple political parties. So there are people who would want to have power. So we are seeing a loss of ideology, right? So now it's not the ideology of the political parties for which matters these politicians. It is the power which matters to them. So that is quite unfortunate, right? So therefore, in order to punish all of them who changed their political parties at multiple times, this was introduced. According to which, if at all, the defection or the disqualification will happen under the following grounds. If any MLA or an MP, gives up his resignation voluntarily, or he says that he wants to join some other political party, so therefore he is giving up the resignation to the seat of an MLA or an MP. In other case, how it is disqualified, if there is shifted from one political party to the other, right? But then, in that case, he has not resigned. In those cases, the speaker makes sure that he disqualifies them. So, if one has shifted his loyalty from one political party to the other, and we call this as legislator party. Legislator party are all of those members of a political party representing in legislature. So it might be in the state legislature assembly or in the case of the parliament. I hope all of you are understanding, right? So I'm quite fast, but then please do try to catch up to this level, all right? So the legislative party, and all of these are extremely, extremely important for the exam. All of these, each one of it, whatever I am telling you right now, each one of it is important for the examination. All of them are currently in use. Okay. So, legislature party is nothing but the members of one political party who have been elected representing the legislature, right? If some of them, that is from A, if they shift to party B, right, it amounts to disqualification. Clear? Now, what happens is, after that, supposing, according to the original anti-defection law, that is which was passed on 52nd Constitutional Amendment Act 1985, it said, if the merger of more than 1/3 of legislature party with the other political party, then it means that it is not a defection. However, this was changed in the year 2003 in the 91st Constitutional Amendment Act, where from 1/3, what they did was, it is 2/3. But right now, most of the disqualification, the Act also says that the disqualification can happen if they abstain from voting or if they go against the whip. Now, whip is nothing but an instruction initiated by a person called as chief whip. So, chief whip is a person who is one among the member in the legislature party. Okay. So, he is one among the member in the legislative party. So, what happens is, he gives a direction of what shall be their action in the proceedings of the session. If at all, if they are participating in the session, should they vote for it? Shouldn't they vote for it? All of those instructions will be provided by none other than the chief whip. The instruction is the whip, right? If it disobeys the whip, what the chief whip does is immediately he approaches the speaker and calls for the disqualification of the member. So this is given again under anti-defection law, right? So this is what the anti-defection law speaks about. So basically, it provides constitutional status to chief whip, also to whip. And supposing here when he has, approached the speaker and he has asked him to disqualify, okay? In many cases, it has so happened that since there is no time limit here, so it has created into a dilly-dally. So it has created into an unnecessary delay. All of these are the challenges with respect to the chief whip, and 15 days of time period would be given to that person to condone, to approve it and request it so that it can be changed. So that the chief whip will make sure that the speaker does not disqualify that person. Has it ever happened? Yes, it happened in the case of Rajasthan politics, and the name is the Congress rule right now. You have Sachin Pilot. So in fact, in 2020 and 21, so there was a rift between Sachin Pilot and with the chief minister, even in 2022, initial days of 2022. So where it was alleged that he was not listening, obeying to that of the chief whip. So where he was, recommended to disqualify. But later, of course, he was not, condoned it. Right. So these are some of the important things associated with anti-defection law. So 2/3. So if it is more than 2/3, in that case, it is not a defection. So there, it does not amount to disqualification. Now the point here is, in case of Shiv Sena, the party there, it was split. But now if you see the history and the background of Shiv Sena when it was created and so on, it was because of Mr. Thackeray, Balasaheb Thackeray. It was to be known that the party called Shiv Sena originated. It was established because of him. And the original bow and arrow, and naturally Uddhav Thackeray being his son, he gets it. So, and because of shift from one ideology to the other, right, and some group of people in his political party, they joined with the hands of BJP, which created into a split. The split does not have any mention, and it does not have any relief measure for that in the case of anti-defection law. So therefore, what Election Commission of India did was, depending on the principle which I told you, so it gave it to Shinde faction. It was challenged before the Supreme Court of India. So this is what it is with respect to, the defection and anti-defection law. Any question, any doubts in this? So what happens if at all, if there is any new political party, if a new political party has to be established? So therefore, you understand the advantage for the national and the regional political parties. So they get the party symbol. And not only party symbol, they also have the star campaigners. In case of unrecognized political party, you will have like 20 star campaigners. Both of them will get like 40 star campaigners, which is advantageous. And the money which is allocated for the star campaigners is not to be taken into account for the election expenditure. That's also an advantage. All of these advantages made sure that the regional and the national political parties have better opportunities for campaigning compared to that of unrecognized political parties. But all of this is under the aegis of Election Commission of India. Well, the one matter of concern which most of them speaks about is nothing but the model code of conduct. So what do you mean by a model code of conduct? You can understand this is like a do's and don'ts with respect to elections. It speaks about what are the important rules and principles to be followed with respect to a citizen, also with respect to the political party. Right? So that is model code of conduct. It doesn't have any mention in the constitution. Okay? It's a rule which is made by the Election Commission of India. And then this is in order to conduct the smooth election, that is free and fair election, so that there is no hiccups with respect to it. So can they take any action if there is any violation of model code of conduct? Yes, they can. Can they disqualify a candidature? Yes, they can. They can disqualify a candidature. They can withhold the nomination which has been filed by any candidate. But we have seen seldom happening on any political party. Well, all of that comes across as a challenge with respect to Election Commission of India. So this is about the Election Commission of India and also the anti-defection law. So any question, any doubts in this, you can ask me. Well, I'll stop here so that I can revise those things which I have done. So if I would request for one more class. So let me see. But then I don't know. Will I get it? Is because still there is fundamental rights, DPSP, and the other constitutional bodies, including some bodies like CBI, CVC, Lokpal, UPSC, and Finance Commission. These things have to be done. So I would request, at least if I get around 3 to 4 hours, I think it's more than enough for me to give you a complete idea of what exactly it is, right? So I hope in this 2 days, you would have got an understanding of polity. I hope it gives you confidence to attend the examination. All the best for all of those who are attending this time. Doesn't mean that I will not take any other classes. I'm just saying, right? So then reaffirm yourself. Reaffirm yourself. Frame your own questions. Okay? And on the topics, I'll give you some topics here. Just make sure that you make a note of it, from the first historical underpinnings till date. Concentrate on 1990, 1935. Don't concentrate on anything. These are important. And historical underpinnings. Preamble, features of Keshwananda Bharati case, because 50 years. Because it was 50 years. And then after that, if you want to omit, you can omit Constituent Assembly. Fundamental rights, though I have not done it, but here, Article 14, 21, 22. So here, my suggestion to all of you is, please do go through PM Bakshi, because he has all applications there on fundamental rights topic. He has all applications, and go through the updated version of it. Okay. Now, like for example, there is a case for Article 21. There are many cases. So you can put a point there. All of these points, whichever he has given there. Only on fundamental rights. Don't go to any other else. Fundamental rights especially. Because if there is any application based question on fundamental rights, you'll be able to answer it. And also on some of these fundamental rights which are declared by the Supreme Court. Okay? That's the reason. Well, on directive principles of state policy, know the nature and the judgments associated with it. I have purposely omitted judicial review, right? I presume that all of you know this, and judicial activism, judicial outreach, judicial overreach, right? So there are many words with respect to it. Just know them, right? So, but then it's just very simple. I doubt there will be, but do we use it in any Indian constitution? No, we don't. But it is inferred. There is no phrase which is present as such called as judicial activism. There is no phrase such as judicial review, but we can understand from Article 13. Okay. So, and also on the definition of 12 and 13. You were asking about a lot of definitions associated with it. So I had told you, right? So how you should take the definitions into consideration. Then in case of the president, go through the presidential election, this year's presidential election. And also the vice presidential election. Right? What were the changes compared to that of the previous years? Okay. What were the changes compared to that of the previous years? That's on vice presidential and the presidential election. Next on the parliament, right? Remember those motions which I have told you. All of that, right? Privilege, then call attention, right? What is a lame duck session? I did not tell you about this last session, right? That's called as a lame duck session. Guillotine was in news, right? Question hour, right? Question hour. So these things you have to remember. And then about the bills, we had discussed about the money bill and the financial bill. I've given you the table. Don't forget it. Just go through it. It's more than sufficient. You can answer any question asked on money bills and the financial bills. And also on the Secretary General who is associated with it. So please do go through that document which I told you in the morning, where you have to download it from the Rajya Sabha and the Lok Sabha, right? And who is a secretariat, what does it do, what do they do, and what is their work and so on. I did not have the leverage of time to do it because we did, union legislature quite extensively today, right? And on the parliamentary control of public expenditure, finance bill, important. Finance bill, extremely important. Okay. Then governor, I feel governor is important is because I expect question on governor because on the politicization and the question on, again, okay, let me give you the idea of this. See, the governor has discretionary power. Now the question here is whether he should read the speech given by the chief minister. Yes, he has to. The Constitution of India says he has to address it. But then the Constitution does not mention anything as such which says that it is based on the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers headed by the Chief Minister. But still, all of these are the programs of the state government. So you assume that this statement is right. Because when he is addressing the session, he is reading out the programs. Okay. And also on the reservation of the bill, 201. So remember that reservation of bill and what happens with respect to him. Discretionary powers, is he based and bound on the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers? Definitely not. Right. So these things are to be noted with respect to governor. Then state legislature council. Go through on the state legislature council. Right, find out which are the new states, which are trying to have a state legislature council. Again, go through the procedure of the state legislature council, that is Parliament and the state legislature assembly, and of course, Article 169. Remember that. Then citizenship, Assam Accord, and the notification. Why the notification in the parliament? And I also told you in union legislature, the committees of the parliament. Again, directly go to the website. You have all of those important, content with respect to the committees. So, which we have discussed. Some of them we have discussed. Right? Rules committee I have not discussed. Go through it. And then the other one is business advisory committee and committee on subordinate legislation. Please do these three because Committee on Subordinate Legislation was in news. And on state and union territories, the difference of Delhi and Pondicherry. Delhi and Pondicherry. And of late, many a times, the term sedation is in news. Section 124A. Supreme Court says that it should not be used. Okay. So, this is also an important topic. And then about Sikkim. Sikkim, northeastern regions and the tribal areas. Tribal areas, special provisions with respect to tribal areas. Northeastern region, tribal areas, special provisions with respect to tribal areas. You should know all of them. Sikkim in particular, because it was in news. Okay. And of course, about Election Commission of India, which we have done, right, in detail. So make sure that you know it about the recent initiatives on the Election Commission of India, including all of those current affairs which we had discussed. Then Finance Commission, what you have to know is the Finance Commission's report. recommendations to the government. Finance Commission's recommendation to the government. Recent initiatives of Niti Aayog. Also go through how do they work. How do they work? Composition, how do they work? What are the plans? What are the types of plans? Plans and the types of plans. Okay, on Niti Aayog. So, then in Supreme Court, I have told you about all of those petitions. Particularly curative, particularly this, and of course on the collegium system. Okay, so this is on the Supreme Court. I think these are some of the important topics. Then, any recent acts made by the government of India in the past 10 months. Recent acts. So, we have India Antarctica Act, and then we had an amendment of WMD. Okay, weapons of mass destruction. So, some of these acts amended by India. So, these are important. Okay, any act which is made by the government of India. And the sections, People's Representation Act. How can I forget this? Representation of People Act. So, of course, again, go through section 8 and then the provisions of disqualification. Apart from that, go through some of the provisions which speaks about the powers, electoral rules and so on, how it works with that of Election Commission of India. Just go through them. Representation of People's Act, 1951. Then that should be it. Revise and revise as much as you can, right? Don't study anything which is new, right? Otherwise, you are jeopardizing your own chances. Don't go to that level, right? Just revise what you have read so far. If you have not read, then skip this attempt, write the next attempt. So, if you have read, revise it as much as you can, because it's a negative examination, as I've already told you. So, what you do in the next few days, right? Of course, if you are extremely disciplined, and extremely hardworking, in the next few days will not fetch you. It is what you have done so far, right? That is going to help you. All right. That doesn't mean that the next 60 days, we do not have 60 days, 40 days. Doesn't mean that the next 40 days are not crucial. They are. It is crucial is because you have to revise. Revise, relearn. If you have forgotten certain concepts. See, what I used to do, I'll tell you this strategy, do follow it in almost all subjects. So, for example, I give this strategy to her. So, if I am studying Supreme Court, okay, so what do I do? So, I will say that Supreme Court is having the powers. So, I'll mention here so that I can understand. So, original jurisdiction, then I'll say it is advisory or appellate jurisdiction, advisory jurisdiction. So, after that, I will write these 3 points where I can understand. And this is in a book, a kind of mind map. And this mind map will help me in gathering almost all points. So, even on curative petition, I can create a mind map for you. So, you have to do it for each and everything so that you will not forget it. If you forget even a single point, and if it is there on the question paper, you lose your chances. So, scoring in polity is always more. So, you should not lose that. Alright. So, this is some things which I would like to give you. And again, The strategy which I've shared in all my classes is, normally whenever you study, I always tell it to my students, keep a notebook, write it on the same day. That 1 hour will always give you the confidence of what you have read, right? And over a period of time, you will build on this. For example, today I've studied for 8 hours or 9 hours, right? Before I go to bed, 1 hour, I'll write whatever I have studied, right? And then this will also build my answers in mains, okay? This will also make sure that I keep all the points intact. This can also act like a revision. It increases my assimilative capacity. So you can use a strategy. In fact, this strategy has helped people. So if you revise the same thing at the end of the day, you'll see in the 6 months what the change is. It's for those who are attempting for 2024 again. Those who are attempting this year, again you can do it. But then if you have already studied it, if you have a different strategy, it is well and good. Else you can use this strategy, which can definitely help you, which will do wonders. But the biggest challenge is to write it every single day without a miss. Without a miss. And that is the challenge. We are exceptional planners, but implementation is the key. All right? All the very best.